the MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good morning and welcome along to another week here at the MODUS Super Series, and it's a fantastic lineup in Group A. We've got a three-time world champion, a couple of World Championship finalists as well, and the current World Seniors champion. More on that in a few moments with Matt Edgar joining me up on the balcony here. But before we get into today's action, let's just give you all a quick reminder about how the MODUS Super Series works. Introducing the MODUS Super Series, an exciting new weekly darts competition featuring top international players competing for more than £1 million in fees and prize money. There is a new MODUS Super Series champion every 13 game weeks. So how does it work? 12 players compete every game week with live footage of every match broadcast 6 days per week. Group matches take place Monday to Friday in morning and evening slots as players compete in a series of eliminators. The 6 qualifying players contest the finals every Saturday evening. Round-robin group matches are followed by semi-finals and the final, producing a new winner each week. Every 13th week, the winners from the previous 12 weeks contest the MODUS Super Series Champions Week. The winner takes home the MODUS Super Series title and earns £20,000 first prize, and after Champions Week, action starts again for week 1 of the next series. Well explained, that man, and delighted to be joined by this man, Matthew Edgar. Another week here at the Super Series. We're going to have a quick look in a moment on Saturday night, but a couple of good names already through to Champions Week.
Yeah, the last time Champions Week really threw up some surprises, didn't it? We got some surprise players coming through, and I dare say last week was a surprise to many people. Not many people would have predicted that, but to do that on debut as well, we've seen some good debutant performances, and that one really takes it.
Yeah, that's Alexander Merckx. He joins Jim McEwen at Champions Week. We're going to have a look at how he did it now by looking at the highlights from Saturday's session. So Jared Cole started off the evening very well indeed, and he left Sam Kankit with too much to do, really, didn't he?
You can't be losing heavy early on in that. You've got to get as close as you can, and a 4-0 win for Jared Cole certainly set him off well.
And Neil Duff compounded that misery for Kankit in Group 1. Nod of the head there in the background as the WDF World Champion cleaned up the 1-2-1 that sent him and Cole through to the semi-finals, and Kankit crashed out. Jared Cole winning this match against Neil Duff, many at that point thought this would be the final.
Yeah, and he just gets that advantage of the throw, doesn't he? There's always something to play for here at the Super Series.
And it wasn't a good start for Alexander Merckx. Robert Rickwood getting the better of him early. It was a mixed evening, really, for Alexander. We know that it's going to end well, but Rickwood just carried on rolling. He went on an 8-match winning streak from Friday into Saturday.
And Graham Hall would probably have been most people's favourite to win this week. He's been doing a lot of things recently, winning a lot of tournaments. Sort of every weekend you're seeing Graham Hall in the winner's enclosure. So a lot of people would expect him to have won Saturday.
Yeah, didn't get through to the semi-finals. Alexander the Great did, and this was maybe the standout result of the night, a 4-1 win over Jared Cole, over to Robert Rickwood then, and he got the better of Neil Duff.
Yeah, Robert Rickwood's been playing in this for a long time now. He plays in every single phase, and you could sort of see that experience coming through on Saturday night.
So he was in the final. He faced Alexander the Great, and it was a great night for him in the end. It was one of those finals nights, Matt, where there weren't really any fireworks despite the date it was played on. But as you said at the very top of the show, a really impressive debut week for Alexander Merckx.
Yeah, it's not easy to come here and do that. When you think about the amount of games that he'd had to have played, and it's the different mentality that comes with it. A lot of the time, especially when we play these tournaments, you lose, you go home. You lose, you come back, you win. It's tough. It's a tough mentality to get into. And to get into it straight away and win a week was a fantastic achievement.
Yeah, especially after losing his first match, as we saw there. But that's last week. Let's move on to this week. And what a lineup, as I said, we've got this week. I'll take a look at it now. But it is just, I mean, this Group A that's going to get underway just oozes experience and achievement, doesn't it? Martin Adams, a three-time world champion. Andy Hamilton, former world finalist. Robert Thornton, the current seniors champion. Thibault Tricole, finalist at the WDF World Championship that year. Jesus Noguera, top player from Spain, had a tour card until recently. And Matt Jackson, he's representing the ADC, but he's a player who's played on the professional circuit as well.
Played on the professional circuit, but he's winning at the moment, and winning breeds winning most of the time. And Matt Jackson, I spoke to him this morning, he's won 30 events this year. Tournaments, not matches, tournaments, 30. So he's a #1 player in the ADC system, and he's going to take some beating as well. This is really a take your pick, and it's going to see how it unfolds. I don't think there's a favourite in this group.
Yeah, that group will be played across the next 3 days. The other two groups getting underway on Thursday for our usual double sessions. But in this first match, it will be Andy Hamilton against Matt Jackson. Now, last time Andy Hamilton was here, he was involved in a little bit of history, that thrilling 9-dart shootout. We can take a look actually here, because he did what Richie Howson should have done in the next one, didn't he? And went for the bull with his final dart.
I can't imagine what the pressure's like in a 9-dart shootout, a 3-way, because one thing you like to do as a dart player is shut off. In this situation, you can't. And like you said there, didn't shut off. He used the numbers, used the maths, used the probabilities, used that bull, and it got him through. But they can't be nice to play in.
Yeah, experience at winning the day on that occasion. But as we've said, Matt Jackson here, winning at the moment, representing the ADC, looking to be the first of our ADC qualifiers to get through to Champions Week. And you caught up with him earlier. Let's hear what he had to say.
Good morning, Matt, and welcome back to the Super Series. Not your first time here, is it? You've actually been here twice before in the old venue in Southampton.
Yeah, I've been in the little room in Southampton. It seems a little bit chillier here than the one in the room in Southampton.
Have you managed to watch any of this over the last couple of weeks, see the differences between the two?
I've been down here the other Saturday night. I come down to watch my good old mate, Wang, Mark Debridge, down here in the finals.
Yeah, obviously we have the crowd in here now on a Saturday night, something we haven't had before. Is that sort of an experience you're hoping to gain this Saturday?
Definitely, I'm definitely looking forward to it on Saturday if I get through, yeah.
We did see you on the Pro Tour a couple of years ago, obviously on the back of doing well on the Challenge Tour. Has the ADC allowed you said they're winning 30 titles, has that allowed you to get some form and some confidence back?
Oh, massively, massively. It's been little tournaments, but getting in and winning out of it, and hopefully go to Q School. That's my plan in January, and then just build some momentum for Q School. That's what our plan is, and that was the plan from last January. So it's like a year phase really, building back up to it.
Great stuff from the two Matts there, Edgar and Jackson, who is about to play in this opening match of the morning. He faces the former World Championship finalist Andy Hamilton. Charlie Corstefine reffing the games today, and Matthew Edgar has gone to join Chris Mason in commentary.
Thank you very much, Chris. Bit of feedback there. Well, we get plenty of that here at the Super Series. There is Charlie Corstefine, our referee. And the two players just taking in their final couple of practice starts. Interesting point that Matt Jackson made, Matt, regarding the ADC. And that's having Pro Tour players in it. And he was, well, not happy about it. And I have to agree.
Yeah, and if you're going to listen to anyone, listen to the guy top of your system, because this guy's putting in the miles at the moment, Matt Jackson. He's sort of travelling around to pick up the points and pick up the support for that system as well. Often see him playing. They said they're 30 titles. When you look at that sort of return, not just in terms of winning games,
to throw first.
winning matches, that's a good percentage, but when you look at tournament wins, you'd be happy if you had 30 across your career.
And as we've said, winning breeds winning. Just getting over that line, and you do it repetitively. Every time then you're put under it, you just have a bit of recall and go, well, I've done this before. It becomes the norm.
57.
Walked past Andy Hamilton on my way upstairs earlier, and I'd like to say he's looking a bit more slimline at the moment.
He is.
28.
He is. He's lost some weight. He's looking well. playing well. He's played 48 matches prior to this one in the Super Series Stroke Live League. Has a running average, which I think is very impressive. 88.23. 64 180s in 48 matches. Matt Jackson, of course, made debut down in our old venue in Southampton. He played 28 matches. Has a running average of 85,
131.
That's sort of backed up by the odds on this one. Jackson 7-4, Hamilton 2-5. Always a bit volatile betting on the early matches. And when they have previously met, which is a while ago now.
81.
2009 Players' Championship in Irvine. It was Hamilton getting the win 6-2, and then they played in the Players' Championship 2011.
94.
I think that was the back end of the year that Matt actually won his tour card, wasn't it? 2011.
Yeah, he's got a bit of tour experience, hasn't he? And recently as well, actually. He played just a couple of years ago on the Pro Tour as a Challenge Tour invite during the
57.
COVID lockdown sort of days.
Yeah, when you, I think it's based on your Challenge Tour ranking is what number on the reserve list you get in. So yeah, they played twice.
43.
6-2 in 2009 and 6-4 in 2011, both to Andy Hamilton. But these first games on are always a little bit dodgy.
Yeah, it's not the traditional time for a dart player, 9:30 in the morning. So on that graphic there, though, Andy Hamilton,
100.
55 years old. What that brings is experience. Played all sorts of times a day. He's played on the Pro Tour. He's played on the WDF system. He dropped down to that a couple of years ago, actually, didn't he, to try and regain some form.
And you require 128.
And again, this is what the Super Series is perfect for. Whatever end of the spectrum you are in terms of your career path. Oh, bull. An early, big one.
103. Matt, you require 68.
It is a break opportunity for Jackson. Oh, that's a 4 opener. He wants the ball.
Game shot on the first
That
leg.
couldn't be any more in the ball, Matt.
Very good finish there. When he opens with a 5, you sort of, when you're the opponent, you stood behind, you think, oh, here we go again.
Second leg, it's Matt
You're
to throw
expecting.
first. Game
But when
on.
you're in that position, you think, oh, no, I've just cost myself a dart at the double here. You know, you could have potentially had 2 darts at the double there if you got the treble 20. Well, it was restricted to a dart at the ball because you're not going to gamble and go for the treble. You're going to play it safe and take that dart at the ball, and that's going to make him feel good.
Yeah, back to my point regarding playing in, well, not just this, the ADC. If you've just dropped off the tour
97.
now, before there wasn't really too many options for you. Now, of course, you've got Challenge Tour, you've got the ADC, you've got the WDF, and
60.
of course, you've got this environment, which so far, when we look at the data available, it's certainly a leg up for the players.
Well, you mentioned the Challenge Tour then. Actually,
96.
Andy Hamilton won the Challenge Tour very, very recently. It was in Leicester, last Challenge Tour of the year. A title recently for Andy Hamilton. So we've got 2 people on stage here
100.
that are used to winning titles. When we talk about the £2,000 Andy Hamilton picked up, so drop in the ocean when we look at what he's earned over his career. £1.1 million.
56.
That is not a bad career to have.
Yeah, and it's a relatively short career in darting terms. He was fairly late coming to the fold. He was
39.
He was someone I practiced extensively with, sort of back in the start of his career. Matt Jackson just realising there he's left himself a bogey. Might not be too much damage done unless
54.
no damage done. 6 darts at 171 for 2-0. Yeah, former Premier League player and major finalist, of course, Andy Hamilton.
Not just a major finalist, but the biggest
60.
major finalist, the World Championship 2012. And Adrian Lewis in that final. Bit of a all-Stoke battle.
Yep. And Adrian, of course, would also come down to
128.
pub to
Matt, you
practice,
require
as
111.
Bill Taylor from time to time. It was a Hotbed of darts. You had Mark Frost from that area as well. Ian White.
91. And he requires 70.
Actually, during that period, it's fair to say, Stoke-on-Trent would have put together an 8-man team. It would have been a bit lively. You'll stay around that area. Tops to break straight back.
Game shot on the second leg. Andy Hamilton.
Break straight back he does. Some clean finishing in this one. Good start to the day. Normally,
Third leg, it's Andy
in
to
the
throw
early games,
first.
it's the doubles
Game
that
on.
seem to let people down when you need that board mastery, when you've got to be shooting around. No problem for these two. That tells me that they know how to prepare properly. And again, when you're winning titles like these two are at the minute, that should be a big enough
137.
clue that they know how to get their prep right.
Well, I think the scoreline's just about right.
125.
Start at the ball for Andy in leg one. A hit of the ball for Jackson in leg one to take the leg. And then one dart at tops off of the 1-1-1 for Jackson.
100.
And a one dart kill for Hamilton on the back end of 70 on tops.
One thing I'm seeing creep into darts a bit
97.
more is cross-sport players. Players that seem to be good at other sports other than darts. Matt Jackson is one of those people that slip into that category. I've been scrolling through his social medias and his profiles
100.
and things.
Let
And
me guess. Golf.
no, football.
Oh.
Football was playing first team for Harrow Hill
97.
FC.
And you
which
require
I found
164.
was playing in the Hellenic League, which is actually quite a decent level of football, the Hellenic League. I know that because it's not too far away from my sort of area. Good thinking there from Andy Hamilton, not going for the 164. He wouldn't have gone for the ball, so there's no point in chasing
You
the
play a
triple
bit of
18.
football, don't you?
Yes, play football, we're coaching it, so yeah, I know
66.
quite well the area, and I
And
know
you
that that's a
require
decent
32.
standard.
It's got to be a defender.
Still playing at 38, I
Game
would
shot on the third leg.
put him in goal
Andy
probably, I think,
Hamilton.
at that sort of age. Andy Hamilton scores on the double 16, takes the lead for the first time in this one.
Fourth leg,
Yeah,
it's
the
Matt to
first
throw
holder
first.
throw.
Game on.
You don't tend to get many people at 38 at a decent level who aren't goalkeepers.
60.
There is a player playing in the Premier League who's 38, isn't there? I don't know a lot about football, but I pick up little snippets because I thought, oh, that's quite old for a Premier League footballer. But Ronaldo's, was he 36, 37?
55.
Yeah, and I believe Teddy Sheringham was still playing when he was 41.
That rings a bell.
I believe his last club, he
59.
moved to Portsmouth, and then he went to Colchester United. And I believe he's playing at Colchester when he's 41.
Wow. Well, if you've still got the fitness, why not? I know plenty of park runners who are into their 50s and still
140.
running staggering times. So I think things have changed, haven't they, when we look at sport nowadays. My
140.
favourite sport, of course, boxing. That if at the lower weights, by the time you'd reach 30, you'd add, and that's the difference. You used to have so many fights, you wouldn't even be seen on TV until you'd had 20 odd fights. Where now they're fast tracked, all things a little bit different. But fighters now well into their 30s, they're still winning world titles. Darts is no different, of course. When you look at Peter Wright, 49, picking up his first worlds.
95.
It was just interesting what you said
And
there
you
when you said
require
like you could sort of
167.
not get to the TV stages and all those sort of things until you got into your older years. Darts is definitely down that road. We've got players playing on the TV stage right in front of us right now.
Yeah.
And debutants, young players, older players.
142. Matt, you require 147.
Good effort from Hamilton on the 167.
Obviously now with the ADC
43.
affiliation, there could be
And you
anybody coming through
require
that system.
25.
What you've got to do is get yourself down to your ADC events, pick up enough points, and you'll find yourself in a TV tournament.
Game shot on the
We
fourth
may
leg.
find ourselves
Andy Hamilton.
a superstar. This is a bit of a superstar performance at the moment from Hamilton, averaging 94-24.
Fifth leg, it's
It was
Andy to throw
a
first.
sticky
Game
start.
on.
For the last couple of legs, 1 in 27 darts in total. A 13-dart hole backed up with a 14-dart break of throw.
60.
I think nutrition and everything else has changed, and the way lifestyle.
85.
I suppose it's got to, really, hasn't it? Look at the calendar that players are going under now. And not just at the top end, all the way through. Like we've mentioned here in terms of the Super Series, the players you're seeing here in Group A, you are going to see for the next 5,
100.
if not 6 days.
Well, and I was just talking to the guys playing today out in the practice room. We were all having a bit of a laugh and a giggle, and I said, well, if anything I'll get from it is actually, and you've played plenty in the Super Series, is until you actually do it, you don't realise. And I'd like to think I'm fairly fit, and my goodness, it really is
140.
hard work. It's tough. It's tough mentally and it's tough physically.
It's a level of concentration, and those concentration levels are a little bit
57.
easier to keep when you're winning. But let's say Matt Jackson goes on to lose this game in this leg, and he loses this 4-1. He's then going to go back and sit back for 2 games before he comes on to play Martin Adams. It's not the sort of game you want to be sitting around waiting
when you've been
for.
stewing.
93.
Yeah, you're not going to get too much change out of Martin, and he looks fresh today, Martin. He looks in good spirits.
64. And you require 108.
And a happy sportsman is a dangerous one. Trouble 19 for double 16. The modern route for the 108.
Game,
And
shots,
Andy
and the
Hamilton's
match.
finishing
Andy
there
Hamilton.
in that match. Absolutely outstanding. 4 from 6, 66.67%. And you can see what Andy Hamilton thinks about that. Look at the average, 95.38, and it's 10 to 10 in the morning. Outstanding from Andy Hamilton. Right, up next when we come back after the break, Martin Adams against Thibault Tricole.
Welcome back. Well, what a start that was from Andy Hamilton. It really is hammer time here at the Super Series. Let's take a look at the stats in that 4-1 success against Matt Jackson. Unstoppable, really, Hamilton in that one. 95.38 the average. He certainly had his Weetabix this morning. 4 out of 6 on the checkouts. That's a third of his doubles hit. 2/3, sorry, of his doubles hit, and 108 the high checkout for Hamilton there. He was pretty happy with how that went, wasn't he? Dancing away to his walk-on song as he exited the stage. A perfect start for Andy Hamilton after recently winning a challenge to a title as well. Coming next, though, it's Martin Adams against France's Thibault Tricole. Now, both of these players have been in action recently at the Super Series. Adams has been here many, many times. Martin Adams has twice made finals night at the Super Series in this very venue here in Portsmouth. In fact, he's made 8 finals nights ever since the concept started. Very, very effective in this format, and we can see how good he is here. A fabulous 140 checkout. Last time he was here, that was against Peter Jakes, the Yorkshireman, who actually did go through to make Champions Week. Adams determined to pick up a title on this stage, having been such a legend and such a key part of this concept since it got underway. He takes on, though, the Frenchman Thibault Tricole, who became the first ever French winner of any kind of PDC title when he won that Challenge Tour event recently. The second one actually followed in the very next event with Jacques Larbe. So a really interesting French Revolution happening in darts. Tricole made it through to the final of the Lakeside World Championship as well earlier this year. Martin Adams, of course, knows all about that one. They've only met once before. Adams won that game a couple of years ago. Let's see if Tricole can get a bit of long-awaited revenge, or if Adams will double his win tally in this one. Let's see with Matt and Chris.
Thank you, Murph. I'm looking forward to this one. Thibault Tricole, Matt, has been in some decent form.
Yeah, we just heard Chris Murphy there saying that he's won Challenge Tour recently. That was a 5-3 victory over Gian Van Veen, someone who's been down here and done very well, but also doing bits on the Pro Tour. Pro Tour is actually where, because winning that event has gave him a couple of invites. He's done all right in the Players' Championships, 29 and 30. This recent instalment of Pro Tour events, he beat Max Hops 6-3 with 103 average. Beat Darryl Gurney 6-3 before losing out to Mike De Decker, and then in number 30 lost out to Nathan Gervin.
Game on.
Despite the 95.
Nathan's back next week, of course. But yeah, that was a good game. I was watching that on Saturday morning.
Interesting, you mentioned in the last game
60.
that age doesn't seem to be too much of a barrier. Peter Wright obviously winning his World Championship in his late 40s. On that graphic there beforehand, you may have noticed, and it wasn't a mistake, Martin Adams is 66 years old.
Well, I hope I'm as good as Martin when I'm... Oh, I hope I'm still alive. Never mind throwing darts.
81.
And what I like with Martin as well, he never sort of sits still. He goes with the technology, and he's looking at the changes he can make, and he's actually using a solid flight and stem system, which is quite modern technology, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got to look at what is going on, and that sort of, we see a lot of time with the flight and the stem, that all-in-one, that molded system, that setup is something that is coming into the game a lot more now. And Martin, you'd think at 66 years old, you say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Tell that to Martin.
Yeah.
Martin is finger on the button all the time.
Yeah, and I quite like them because I like the thinner ones, but what I like about it is, you know, it's like when you take an old, well, even if you used a set of flights and you take them out and put them in, they never sit quite square enough, where the molded ones, they go into a special case, which is, it's made to take the flight and stem, and it keeps it all square.
My concern always with this system, though, is in terms of where does that force go? Now, if you hit the back and the flight is normally meant to traditionally come out, that force has to go somewhere because you've generated that impact. Now, does that impact move the point of the dart slightly to the point where we actually don't get a true reflection of the throw?
Yeah, well, I've actually had a look at that because I used a fit flight system for a while, and they will occasionally pop out, but what they do is they damage quite quickly. And I think, well, I know, looking at players that use that system, that when they do get a deflection or put a dart down the side of the other one, they get, I mean, we go on about bounce outs. They're not bounce outs, they're actually fallouts. So the momentum of the dart, you know, the force of the dart is taken out. So the point doesn't even reach the board because the flight is so stiff and it won't pop off like a traditional
70.
one. They just end up falling on the floor.
Yeah, whenever there's an impact, there's obviously a force of energy created, isn't there? And it's got to go somewhere. It has to come out in some point. So
60.
personally, I'd rather spend 20 minutes a day picking up flights off the floor.
Same. Good exercise anyway, mate. Martin, he may be using a modern
125
STEM and flight system,
Thibault
but he's old school when it comes to the counting.
131.
He's worked this one out perfectly to leave himself tops. Something we expect to see a lot
46.
from Martin over the next
you
couple of
require
days.
40.
Likes it up this part of the board.
He'll be there or thereabouts, won't he?
Game shot on the first leg.
No
Martin
stress
Adams.
at all. Martin holds in 18. Now the pressure.
Second leg, it's Thibault to throw first. Game on.
Something we picked up on this morning, though, that he tends to like. Thibault's averages and
97.
stats go up when he's behind.
Yeah, you found some interesting data on that.
Yeah, so averages when trailing is around about the
95.
89 mark. And his average when leading actually goes down to 86. So what we can say from that is Thibault doesn't enjoy being a front runner.
85.
Which goes totally against the grain. Most of us love to have that little cushion. Allows us to play with a bit of freedom.
100.
We've seen with some players in the past, though, that they tend to just, if they get in front, almost close off a little bit. It almost feels like job done. You know, when you win a big
140.
moment where it's, that's got me a couple of legs advantage now. I've got a cushion. That cushion often gets sat on. When you sit on the cushion...
Maybe I'm thinking about myself. I bet you're right, though. You look at the elite
100.
players, you know, Taylor, for example, you could see the disappointment on the face. If he was 9-0 up and had a chance to beat you 10-0 and you pinched one off him, the disappointment, he used to be raging. I think with the majority of normal players, they just like that little cushion. So you got a bit of breathing space. It's almost like that in a leg. Sometimes you hit that 180 and think, right,
95.
I know I've got 6 starts to get rid of 76 or something.
120.
Then what tends to happen is you miss the big 16 and say sometimes a cushion's not a good thing.
100. Martin, you
find
require
that
111.
some players sit on them, and I suppose that goes down to that sort of psychology, I suppose. Like when you said Taylor win all sorts, and I tell you what, there's an expression I heard a few years ago that I really like, and it was, show me a good
48.
loser, and I'll show you a loser.
20.
Yep.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well, that
Thibault
sort of,
Tricole.
well, it does back up your stats that you found this morning. It's a good response, a 16
Third leg, it's
darter
Martin to throw first.
from Tricole.
Game on.
Doesn't mind coming from behind.
Something that's interesting here with Martin Adams, and I
100.
don't know because it's something I haven't done, so I'm pure speculation here. If you look at his chest, now everyone has
100.
sponsorship patches, logos, mostly either ironed in, embroidered in, or even into the material. Martin's got almost like badges, which means they're very rigid, and he's going to feel that movement on that chest around that arm. I don't think I'd like
60.
that.
Well, the fact that he wears jewellery on his throwing hand is another one that absolutely mystifies me. I'd be the same. I don't like to feel like there is anything there that anything can interfere, but Martin cut from a different cloth.
100.
Suppose I got to get myself a dart shirt now for February, haven't I? My goodness. Wonder what I can come up with. Won't be anything normal, that's for sure.
Be like one of those
135.
old Gary Anderson Rascal shirts.
Or a Dave Chisnell vest. Remember that? Remember that picture?
I can think there's many a dart player you won't want to watch playing in a vest.
140. Thibault, you require 86.
Well, from 1-0 down to go 2-1 up. Ooh, chased the treble, got greedy.
I actually like the double 18
46.
play in that
Martin, you
situation.
require
I would throw a
101.
slightly wide big 18, and if you pinch the double, happy days. Treble 19 for double 12. Long way off.
69.
Let's continue this
Thibault,
upward
you
curve.
require 40.
Lost the opening leg, came back with a 16. He's now on for a 13.
Game shot on the third leg.
Good response.
Thibault Tricole.
Thibault gets the first breaker throw in this match. Takes the lead. He's halfway to victory.
After leg one, he was
Fourth leg, it's Thibault to
around
throw
the
first.
83
Game on.
average. Look at that, what a difference. 29 darts used to win the last two legs.
140.
He's found another gear, and that again, this is the beauty of our game. We go on about numbers a lot, but they are relevant because when you actually break them down and you have an opportunity to use them as example
60.
and it plays out in front of your very eyes.
Well, what we're doing, we're not just looking at numbers, we're looking at patterns of numbers. It's the pattern that makes the story, the pattern
100.
that makes what we expect to see. We're not just picking numbers out and going, oh, we did this at that stage and this at that stage. It's looking at the curve and the line and that direction in which they're going.
60.
There was an example the last time I was hearing comms of, can't remember which player it was, but his running average for the year was around 86. He started off on
140.
day one and he was up in the high 90s. By the end of the week, guess what? It was on that 86 graph.
This is a quality performance here from Tricole. I was about to say,
180. Thibault, you require
Adams is going to need to hit some big
121.
stuff to get back, and that 180 still doesn't help the situation. He's still completely under it here. Double 16 for Thibault.
89.
He will come back.
That was for a 12 darter. 3-1 lead. He must be full of confidence, you know, after picking up that Challenge Tour title and then seeing his fellow Frenchman pick one up
100. Thibault, you
the next
require
day. I think Murph mentioned
32.
it was a French Revolution that weekend.
Game shot on the fourth
Martin.
leg. Thibault
It's
Tricole.
being left to try and pick up the scraps, but that's not happening right now. That was a
Fifth leg,
14
it's
dart
Martin to
hold.
throw first. Game
Martin
on.
had a 180 in the leg and was still stranded on 101.
To pick out a few further bits on the shirt here of Martin Adams. You see there on the collar. Got a couple of badges there. That is for
100.
prostate cancer, I believe. He's also got a poppy on his shirt there, something we also saw from Andy Hamilton. So supporting their charities.
140.
And the World Seniors Darts Tour badge there as well. Quite fancy them badges, aren't they? I wonder how he gets them to stick on and not ruin his shirt.
140.
Grafting hard here, Martin.
98.
Maximum of 3 remain. He has to win them all.
I believe last time Thibault was here, we was both actually on commentary
We were,
that week, and we said that he tends to get stronger as the week goes on.
and then we looked at the graph of his stats, didn't we? And it
60.
did exactly that, and then he just didn't quite get the job done, if my memory serves.
I'm just thinking, if you're Robert Thornton, Andy
60.
Hamilton, Matt Jackson, you're probably thinking, I hope he doesn't get better as the week goes on this time, because he's already around the 100 average.
$45.
Yeah, he was a runner-up in the back end of week 4 of 2021.
59. Martin, you require 156.
And that was the week Matt Campbell won week 4 and then went on to win the whole thing.
$28. Thibault, you require
Played in
144.
Week 10 of Series 1. And he was the
100.
losing semi-finalist.
Martin, you require 128.
Sort of feel this has to go. Tricole 50% on the outer ring, 3 from 6. Needs a treble 20 to give himself a dart at the ball. And this could be a bit of an early Acker buster. Martin Adams 4-7. Tricole is 44 points away
79.
from victory.
Thibault, you require 44.
Goes to lead the 16s.
Game, shot,
And just like his
and the
stats
match.
suggest,
Thibault
50%
Tricole.
is what he needs. 2 darts to get that wrapped up. 44 to finish. Thibault Tricole, like Andy Hamilton, kicks the day off fantastically with that 95 average and a 4-1 win. It's a carbon copy pretty much of that opening game, except this time we had a couple of 180s, but Thibault Tricole gets his group off to a perfect start. 4-1 victory over the former world champion Martin Adams. And next, we're going to get an opportunity to see the current seniors world champion in Robert Thornton.
Welcome back. A couple of dominant wins for a couple of players so far here at the MODUS Super Series on week 3 of the second series since we moved here to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And the last one, victory for Thibault Tricole, 4-1 over the 3-time world champion Martin Adams. There you see a very similar kind of display to that victory for Andy Hamilton against Matt Jackson in the opening match of the morning. 95.53 average, hitting half of his double attempts. A very strong start for the man nicknamed the French Touch, and if he keeps that touch, then it is going to be ominous for the rest of the field, especially when our commentators were saying that he tends to get better as the days and the week itself goes on. So watch out for Thibault this week, but watch out now for Robert Thornton, who is a man on a mission here at the Super Series. After last time he was here, he missed match darts in the final that would have got him through to Champions Week. It was 3 match darts missed by against Peter Jake, sorry, for Robert Thornton. You can see the anguish on the face of the Scotsman. Jake's got the job done against him in the end. Denied Robert Thornton that chance to make it through to Champions Week, to perhaps add the title to the 2 World Seniors crowns that he's picked up in 2022. He takes on Jesus Noguera, who is going to set foot on that stage for the first time here in Portsmouth. He did play in our previous studio in Southampton, and guess what? He lost twice to Robert Thornton. So he's looking for a bit of revenge on Robert. Let's see if he can do it. Will it be success for Spain or Scotland? Let's find out with Mace and Matt.
Yeah, chance to cast our eye over not just the Seniors World Champion, also the Seniors Match Play Champion, taking on Jesus Noguera, ex-tour card holder, finished 2nd on the PDC Challenge Tour. That was in 2019. And that year he was very, very impressive. Over 77 matches, he averaged 91.19. And as a tour card holder at the time and someone who's on the tour, your job is to be aware of every danger that is coming to try and take your position. And everybody was aware of Jesus Noguera at that point. Looked like he was going to come onto the tour and really push forward, but it didn't quite happen for him on the tour.
It's Jesus to throw first.
Sort of looking to rebuild that steam, rebuild that charge, and this is sort of the ideal breeding ground to do that. Can we work out here against Robert Thornton? Robert Thornton, who's in possibly win-wise the form of his life.
42.
And I can say that by numbers. Robert Thornton's win percentage for 2022 is 72.97%. That is very close to 73%, 59. Which is the best win percent we have ever seen from Robert Thornton in a season.
Great stats. Great stats.
140.
Who has played 20 previous matches at the Super Series, running average of 87.67.
78.
Which isn't too far off of his seasonal average.
It's pretty much bang on for Robert Thornton as well. Robert Thornton over the last 12 months in all competition is averaging 88.8.
41.
And that, when we break it down even further, when winning, when behind, when with throw, when against throw, is
100.
88 across the board, which means we're going to get Robert Thornton playing pretty much across a level. Regardless of the situation, that tells me Thornton is a little bit unflusterable.
68.
I just made up a new word.
I think you have. Well, I was looking at that because we've had a look at the first 9 darts from Noguera, and then I was looking at his percentages on doubles, and they're at 33.72%, which isn't horrible. But it does suggest
85.
That he
Robert, you require
go on a run of missing
124.
doubles because he's a fairly big scorer, which when your average, overall average is coming down that far,
50.
Maybe
Jesus, you require 125.
That he leads in a lot of legs because his opening 9 darts are very impressive. Not far off a ton.
I was just about
46.
to say another pattern that it
Robert,
potentially could show us is the setup shots might take longer. And that's exactly what we just saw there.
The approach play.
64.
Just tells me he's lacking that little bit of board mastery within his practice routines.
Well, where he comes from, I should imagine his career started in soft tip. Which, as we know from
Robert, you require
many
10.
players that come from soft tip.
Game shot on the
Jose
first leg.
being one of
Robert
them.
Thornton.
Their approach play and, as you say, their board management can leave a lot to be desired. But Thornton
Second leg, it's
Very
Robert to throw
early
first.
breaker throw.
Game
Now,
on.
before the off, I don't look at the odds too much on day one in terms of trying to point you in the right direction. I thought the 8 to 11 was
60.
a little bit big considering the season that we know Thornton has had.
Yeah, when you're winning, you don't tend to get as tired, and when you're winning, you tend to come into everything just expecting.
41.
You expect an extra shot. You expect the darts you've got in your hand to go where you want them to. And then
140.
it starts
I was about
happening.
to say, just like that. Right on cue.
You know, when you start getting that visual confirmation, that instant feedback of 140s and 180s coming in with exactly what you're expecting to happen, that vibe that this is going to go well. You expect to see this at the early phase
19.
losing the line a little bit. I was going to pick up on that on Jesus, actually, just saying he's just slipping into that ones a little bit, which just forces you to chase an extra treble just to get back into the normal block of 15.
100.
Much better. Good line on all three. What Thornton won't want to do is offer up the break
100.
back, which is on the cards if Jesus can find a 2 treble visit. That's perfect. Plumb in the middle.
137.
One of the things we tend to do in commentary is we sit and we try and work out how the players are feeling. One of the good things about Robert Thornton is just look at his face.
130. Jesus
always
should
looks
require
angry.
102.
His face will tell you exactly what he's thinking. There's no... You'd like to have a game of poker with Robert Thornton, wouldn't you?
Well, double 18. That's the best part of going for a 10 or a 6.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well,
Jesus
he eventually
Noguera.
got it right. 102 checkout. And it is a 15 dart break back.
I think
Third leg,
there's
it's Jesus to throw first.
surprise there when you look at
Game
that
on.
and you look at the face and the reaction. The 10 was the option there. That was not the original intention to hit the 6 to go for the 18s, but polishes it up well.
You're better off over pitching the 10 than underthrowing it and
139.
finding a 15 and not leaving a double. In high pressure situations, I'd just go for the wire in between the two.
85.
Just to make sure.
Now, I'm a bit of a darting nerd. I like to spot everything.
59.
And I've noticed one thing here, that Jesus, so far, every single time he's throwing the blue flight last.
100.
See if he does it again.
You are a nerd. Nice as possible way.
Now, this is a psychological
99.
advantage. This is a distraction. This is a physical distraction. Brain's always trying to do something,
82.
always trying to make active thoughts. If he can concentrate those active thoughts into an area such as just put that blue flight to the back, it gives him less processing time.
We see that a lot in other sports, sort of the mannerisms, the preparations. We see it in tennis with
100.
Several players, how many times they'll bounce the ball. And again, it's just a distraction of pressure, I suppose.
It's just to stop those active thoughts taking over and
100.
trying to go, right, what's he doing? What do I need to do?
104.
You see the same thing in golf, don't you?
Exactly, yes. You see here again the blue flight last. Now, just talking through the
56.
processing, he
Robert,
takes his
you
darts
require
out here. Now he can
134.
look at his darts in his hand, he can arrange those into that order that he likes, and he doesn't have to think about
82.
other things that are going on or
Jesus should require 48.
what he needs to do, what his opponent's doing. Makes it all about him.
Almost puts you into practice mode. A routine.
8. Robert, you require
Fascinating.
52.
A third consecutive
Game
breaker
shot on the
throw.
third leg.
And then
Robert
it goes.
Thornton.
17 dart breaker throw, and Thornton back in front again. Desperate for a hold.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
The Noguera game does go up and down, doesn't it? Fluctuates.
95.
Just before that throw there, you saw Robert give himself a pat on the leg, saying, come on, to himself. Normally when he starts getting into that state, he can do some scary things.
100.
And I dare say now that we're going to see that all day with that routine of the dart.
137.
Because it's happening far too often to be coincidence.
Oh, it's not a coincidence.
He has definitely been working with a sports psychologist.
140.
For me, that would be a distraction, having 3 different flights and see it before, people with 3 different coloured stems. I just couldn't do it. Maybe I should.
It's all just for that routine, that sort of just break
95.
down that process time.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Have a nice action. Nothing wrong with the throw whatsoever
140.
in terms of the fundamentals.
125. Jesus
Really
should require
aggressive, is it, from
121.
I suppose it had to be. Jesus has just thrown 9 darts here and he's left himself 1-2-1. Should get a dart at the ball to level it up.
74.
He's got the line right, but nowhere
Robert,
near.
you
That's
require 49.
just a lift. You can see him looking at his hand. He's raised it there.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
he's smiling
leg.
at the back of the
Robert
stage, but he won't be
Thornton.
laughing for long. So that's the first holder throw there in this game. Goes the way of Robert Thornton. Puts a cushion in the game for the first time.
Fifth leg, it's
One
Jesus
away
to throw
from
first.
the victory.
Game
Best
on.
leg of the match so far as well. A 14 darter. Could have a 15 darter with that 102 checkout from Jesus. That was in leg 2.
93.
Even on what we're seeing here
89.
already, this is going to be a seriously competitive group. And both players who were thumped 4-1 in their opening games meet in the next one. Hamilton
100.
beating Jackson 4-1. Tricole beating Adams by the same scoreline. Jackson and Adams up next. Sounds like a branch of solicitors, doesn't it?
60.
So just to put a bit more context onto that, you say the 2 players that got thumped in the opening games. That is the ADC #1, Matt Jackson, who's had 30 titles in 2022.
140.
Against the other player that got thumped 4-1, Martin Adams, multiple-time world champion. That just shows the competitiveness of this
45.
group. And I said that up on the balcony. I says, this is going to be one that we can't really have a favourite in. And when you look at the week betting as well, we've got 3 players around the 5-1 mark.
Yep.
128.
Yep, this is going to be a seriously tight group over the next 3 days. Remember, the winner of this group on day 3
76. Jesus
tops
should
the
require
table
40.
straight through to Saturday night's final.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
The
Jesus
best leg
Noguera.
in leg 4 of 14. He's trumped in leg 5 with a 13 dart hold from Jesus. Yeah, positions
6th
2
leg,
and
it's Robert to
3
throw first. Game
into
on.
a group with Cam Crabtree, David
58.
Rzuski and Scott Taylor. 4, 5 and 6. In with Smith, Cox and Burton. Actually, I think that's the other
40.
way around, isn't it?
It's a good Group B, that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
With Justin Smith, who's recently won a Challenge Tour himself. And
100.
Stephen Burton, who's been very good all year long.
Yeah, good player. Don't know too much about Cam Crabtree.
96.
No, we'll do a bit of digging and get a few.
I do believe he started to play a lot of darts during lockdown when there was a lot of
140.
tournaments and a lot of play using the technology around.
One thing I do know, though, is I have been given a little bit of a warning. I was doing a live stream on YouTube yesterday, and someone put in the
140.
chat section there to keep an eye out on him. So
Mm.
171.
Does practice with a player we've seen plenty of here, Daryl Pilgrim. He's a very good player himself.
Player has had a lot of success here, which might be something we see from Robert Thornton in a couple of darts
99.
time. He's left
Robert,
himself
you
on
required
32 after
32.
12. Jesus went out in 13, which was the best leg of the game in the last one. Thornton won't match
Game,
that.
shots,
But
and
he
the
does match
Robert
the achievement of
Thornton.
Thibault Tricole and Andy Hamilton in winning their opening games. This one goes 4-2. It goes to Robert Thornton, a near 90 average. That's a perfect way to start off the day. 2 points on the board there, but Jesus has certainly shown us he is here to play. 91 average. He is going to take some beating going through the day. Two players who did take a beating in the opening games was Matt Jackson and Martin Adams, and they're coming up next. Someone is going to move to 2 points.
So 3 games down here at the Super Series on this Monday morning, and a super start for 3 of those players, including Robert Thornton, the Scotsman, who got a 4-2 success against Spain's Jesus Noguera. Noguera actually with a slightly higher average in the match, but you can see the difference in the doubling, both players having as many darts at doubles as each other, but Robert Thornton hitting 2/3 of his attempts. So 102, check out the highlight for Jesus Noguera, but he ends up pointless so far, along with the players that we'll be seeing in action next. Matt Jackson and Martin Adams both lost 4-1 in their opening matches. Andy Hamilton and Thibault Tricole getting the better of that pair. Jackson, though, did have this delightful bullseye finish, recovering from that loose dart in the first visit. That took the first leg for him, but Andy Hamilton went on to get the job done. Martin Adams, of course, a man with a thirst for a first, and he played in the very first match on this stage in front of a crowd here at the Super Series, beating Diogo Portela, the Brazilian, in it. And by the way, if you do want to be here on Saturday night, sat there watching finals night, you can secure your tickets via dartshop.tv. And the best thing about them, they are absolutely free. Right then, let's turn our attention to this game now as Adams and Jackson battle it out, looking for their first points of the group. Chris Mason and Matt Edgar will talk you through it.
Yeah, second opportunity to cast our eye over both of these players. Both of them on the receiving end of defeats in the opening games for Andy Hamilton and Thibault Tricole, but both of those performances in the 95s. Martin Adams started his game off pretty well against Tricole, took the opening leg before Tricole just ran riot on the 66-year-old, three-time BDO World Champion. He's also got a World Masters title to his name and many, many other titles across the globe. Matt Jackson, 38-year-old, likes a bit of football, certainly loves his darts. He's travelling the UK at the moment, picking up the ADC points. That is how he's got here. Currently topping that order of merit system, and in that system, there are some quite handy players. We saw Graham Hall last week.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Who's picking up titles left, right and centre as well. Saw Kevin Garcia in week 1.
Yeah, there's been a collaboration now with the MODUS Super Series with the ADC.
140.
Qualify to play in the Super Series. There is opportunities. There is a pathway.
$140.
We've not seen too many of at the moment. He is 180s. It's one of the most popular play-alongs at home.
140.
Curse me there, wasn't he? We've seen 2 180s so far. One for Martin Adams and one for Tricole. They both came in the same game. Didn't see any 180s in the opening game with Hamilton and Jackson. And no 180s in the Robert Thornton
40.
Jesus game either. One thing we have seen today is excellence on the outer ring.
Yeah, the doubling has been
60.
fabulous. And the bulling.
I'm just looking at the doubling percentages for the winners so far today. Andy Hamilton won with a 66% on the doubles. Tricole won with a 50%. And Thornton won with a 66%. They are
83.
mightily impressive
Matt, you
stats.
require 161.
A hold. Oh, went for it.
137.
Not a bad second prize. 24 after 12. Adams applying the pressure.
180. Matt, you
cue.
require 24.
Just like I said, we can expect some 180s. And some missed doubles.
21.
Yeah.
Martin, you require 58.
Tops to somehow break through. Double 10.
38. Matt, you require 3.
Where?
This is one of them finishes that you can only go for one way. 1, double 1. It was a happy accident, really. Coming off of there, give him another dart at the double.
Yeah, with a
Martin, you
bust, of course.
require 20.
It's not in, but it's a better dart than the last one.
10.
Desperately unlucky.
Matt, you
Don't
require
think you
2.
could get any closer. 3 very well thrown darts. That should be a good marker. That should be even better. If he just moves to the side, which he has, he's got a wall of
No
dart.
score.
Uses a very
Martin, you
big dart for
require
a modern
10.
player, doesn't he? They are chunky.
Game shot on the first leg. Martin Adams.
Just going back to that 3, I asked this question to Paul Nicholson a couple of weeks ago on commentary. There are 6 finishers in darts.
Second leg, it's
that
Martin
you
to
can
throw
only
first.
take out one way.
Game on.
3 being one of them. See if you can figure out the other 5.
170, obviously. 167.
100.
153.
57.
156.
You missed out on the most obvious one as well.
Go on.
2.
2. Oh, yeah.
95.
It's been like that constant chat about the different ways of hitting 9 darts, which is a little
59.
bit deceiving, really, because it's order of throw, isn't it?
Yeah, I remember debating that one actually, because it was actually Danny Baggish who asked me that question the first time. I gave him the answers. And
62.
when it was at 167, he goes, well, you can go treble 20, treble 19 ball. Then he's going through this. I goes, what if I go treble 19, treble 20 ball? It's a different way. And he's like,
Yeah,
41.
stop being so pernickety. Isn't it?
That is why there is so many ways of hitting a 9.
I think when Michael Van Gogh was in his absolute prime, I think he tried to hit one in every single different way,
Yeah.
didn't he?
Yeah.
140.
I do say, it's a bit of an opinion. The ultimate
100.
is the 167,
Martin, you require
167,
104.
167. I seen Bobby George in an exhibition in Scotland. Missed the final ball, hit a 25.
Are we seeing a little bit of a chink in the armoury of Matt Jackson when something hasn't gone his way, like it didn't in the opening leg? He hasn't
92.
shown much, and I made up a new word earlier, but one word that exists before was bounce back ability. He actually made the dictionary so we can use it.
Yeah, I think he becomes frustrated quite easily, and that's just something that will come with.
140. Martin, you
Well, I say
require
experience,
12.
but he has been playing a long time, but it's hard for me
Game
to
shot on
be
the second leg.
overly
Martin Adams.
critical, because it was probably my biggest flaw is I would allow
Third leg, it's
myself
Matt
to
throw
get
first.
involved
Game
and
on.
allow my frustrations to become obvious to my opponent. And now when I play and I
58.
see someone, even if I'm playing local league and I can see someone getting the ump, I think, oh, I've got you. And of course, experienced players would do a couple of little things to get you even more annoyed.
It's all about how much you can take, isn't
140.
it? And when you're showing that frustration, it's like just putting yourself up against the ropes and propping yourself up and
Yep. Dropping your hands.
inviting someone to come in and start
40.
laying in the blows.
Yep. And ultimately in this sport, that's what happens, especially when you're playing someone of the experience of Martin Adams, who will be fully aware
41.
what I would do when it was the other way around, when I started playing, is that I then try to really force the issue to try and capitalize too much.
59.
Something we don't expect to see from Martin. We just expect him to do his thing.
I think sometimes with Martin, you just lose the timing a little bit, the timing of
24.
release.
Yeah, Matt Jackson's looking a bit flustered. He was pacing around at the back of the stage there, looking all around the room. He's going to need things to start going right for him pretty soon, or
140.
we could start seeing that slippery slope.
Well, prior to that 140, he was averaging just 70, which he will be fully aware of. And then that's when the embarrassment starts. You start to think, that's the difference of playing in this environment. Everybody
121.
everybody is watching. You just want to play well.
140.
Back-to-back 140s.
A lot more firmness in the throw there as well from Matt Jackson, which is something he's going to need, because the angle of the arm, if you notice, the arm's coming across, which is going to put tension on the shoulder. So he's going to need a lot more firmness
40.
in that delivery.
Matt, you
And
require
there's a big
64.
break in the wrist. You can see it's very languid, isn't it? And that takes a lot of timing to get that right.
32.
Very whippy.
Martin, you
I was
require
going to say, it reminds me of a
135.
swan.
Well, it's got a bit of Leighton Reese about it. Ball.
93.
That
Matt, you
would have
require 32.
Made Matt Jackson feel a bit bad. He was looking around the room. He was expecting that to go.
His throw's got a bit of cobra about it, hasn't it?
24. Martin, you require
Hand
42.
opens and there is that big break in the wrist.
Could be a breaker throw. Second breaker throw. This double 16 goes in.
Game shot on the
Does.
third leg.
Matt Jackson's had his
Martin
chances.
Adams.
12 darts at the double so far. Hasn't been able to convert any of those, and Martin Adams will be thrown first now for a 4-0
Fourth leg,
victory,
it's
which
Martin
will
to
do
throw
two
first.
things.
Game on.
It will correct the legs column for Martin Adams, who lost his opening game 4-1 to Tricole, but is going to start putting Matt Jackson under pressure even this early in the event, because
100.
you take two big defeats early on. You're not just chasing points, you're chasing legs. You're chasing big wins.
Well, yeah, he could find himself -7 if he gets beat here
41.
4-0. I mean, you're looking at the scoring, 7 scores of a ton or more in total for both players, but it's Martin with 3 from 10 on the doubles that leads 3-0.
60.
And looking at everybody else, we've seen everybody thrown out. We've seen all 6 players in action. And even this early,
81.
Matt Jackson, that looks like the one who's going to be under it so far.
Yeah, even say Jesus took a defeat to Robert Thornton, but he's shown us plenty. He had that big finish, a 91.5 average.
60.
There was more positives than negatives in there, despite the result.
Also a bit of lift on the
99.
balance line there, actually, from Matt Jackson. We saw from that side there. So the balance line comes down that front leg and up to the front shoulder. And we've got a lift there. That lift in that balance line tells us we expect him to go high and low and struggle to find
81.
consistently that sort of horizontal plane.
Correct. You can see that break in the wrist there. Yeah, there's a lot of
45.
movement, isn't there? Well spotted. Martin, much more solid. As you can see, no break in the wrist. Elbow doesn't go up or down.
80.
Oh, that's fallen out of his hand.
I was going to say a minute ago, actually, that the darts just look a bit too loose in Martin's hands. It's like he's not gripping them the same. And I noticed this with Andy Hamilton a couple of times as well. It's like they're not getting grip
42.
on the dart.
Martin, you require
And
120.
that's what that was there. There's a lack of grip. But what that can do is that can cause a bit of a negative. You can always feel a bit of embarrassment.
And you can then tend to overgrip.
80.
You want to have a very light grip. You don't want to overgrip, but you also don't want to undercook it.
29.
He looks beaten.
Martin, you require 40.
Might be beaten in a couple of darts' time.
Maybe, exactly, a couple.
Game,
And it is
shots, and the
Martin
match.
Adams
Martin Adams.
with a fairly low-key display, an average of 79.11. Matt Jackson, 69.04. All from 12 for Martin on the doubles, and he picks up his first win of the day and cancels out that 4-1 early defeat to Thibault Tricole. Up next, well, it's a real old-school battle. Robert Thornton against Andy Hamilton.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yes, we are live 6 days a week on Sporty Stuff TV and at the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. If you are watching us on YouTube, by the way, don't forget to subscribe and click the notification bell so you know when we are going live. But so far today, well, we've seen one-sided affairs all the way through the morning so far, including that last one, a whitewash for Wolfie over Matt Jackson, who's lost his first couple of games of the morning. Still plenty of time to get back into it in this group. It's a three-day group, of course, but Adams bouncing back from that opening defeat to Thibault Tricole. He went down 4-1 to the Frenchman, but now he has a positive leg difference, having won 4-0 in his second match of the day. Well, attention now turns to a meeting between Robert Thornton and Andy Hamilton, two players who got off to winning starts today, and we can see how they did it. Hamilton with a 108 checkout against Jackson in the very first match of the morning. It really was a flying start for Hamilton, bringing a great level from the off. And Robert Thornton, well, he got the better of Jesus Noguera, this double 16. Had to shift across to find it, but won the match 4-2. Very decent darting duel, that one. But Thornton getting the better of the Spaniard in his opening match. So one of them will double up on victories. This is a pair of players, of course, who've played in some of the biggest matches, biggest tournaments. They've played each other at the World Grand Prix, the Masters, the Grand Slam, the Premier League and the World Championship. But they're about to battle it out now here at the MODUS Super Series to see which one can remain unbeaten from their first couple of matches of the morning. Will it be the Thorn or will it be the Hammer? There's only one way to find out.
Thanks, Murph. And this is one myself and Matt have been looking forward to because of the history.
So much history as well. Both players, 11 years they have held PDC tour cards each. And that's why they've played so many head-to-head. 22 times they've played each other away from here. Robert Thornton taking 15 of those victories. 7 victories went the way of Andy Hamilton. And like Murph said at the start, they played in some of the biggest games going. And they've actually got a few 9-darters between them as well. 4 9-darters for Andy Hamilton, 3 for Robert Thornton, but one of Robert Thornton's came in one of the most lucrative matches, shall we say, in terms of 9-darters. That one with James Wade at the World Grand Prix, the double start, double finish. One of only 3 9-darters that have ever taken place at that event, and 2 of them happened in the same match.
Yeah, incredible, wasn't it? But the very first time they met in the Old World Darts.
60.
No, my apologies. That's another one. In a Players' Championship in Veldhoven, it was Thornton winning 3-1. It was over sets then, of course, the old Players' Championship events. And the last time they met was in 2021.
90.
And Thornton won that one as well. They went 8-11, Thornton. Even money.
60.
Andy Hamilton. It did change slightly, didn't it, from the early stages this morning?
Yeah, a little bit of a punt on Robert Thornton. But I think that's a tad risky when you look at Andy Hamilton. 108 finish for the match. 4 from 6 on his doubles at 66%. 95 average and a recent Challenge Tour winner. I would be quite happy just to say this was a pick-em.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I was very impressed with Andy's opening match. 89.77 for Thornton in that 4-2 win over Noguera. 95.38 for Hamilton in a 4-1 win over Jackson.
140.
A bit shy on the 180s today. We've had 3 so far. Martin Adams hitting 2 of those.
134.
1 in each of his games. Tricole with 1. Hamilton and Thornton not finding a 180 in their opening game. But one thing they have found is some pound coins, nearly £2.5 million. These two have taken in tournament prize money across their career.
151.
You wouldn't mind being the 3rd man in that split.
Well, these two, looking at their
91.
stats,
And you require 50.
180 in every 4 legs played. So both are due to start hitting some axes.
Game shot on the first leg. Andy Hamilton.
Hamilton straight in with a 15-dart break of throw.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Just having a look through career bests. And when we look at Robert Thornton, we know that he won the UK Open. We know he won the
135.
World Grand Prix, played in the Premier League many times, made the final of the Grand Slam, won multiple Players' Championship events, got
85.
a European Tour win as well, but the one that really slipped away from him was the World Match Play. And you'd think, like, a player like Robert Thornton, with the success he's had in that sort of format, that's an extended version of that, he would be very good at, but I believe he really
46.
struggled with that event. I think it was Josh Payne was his only victory that he managed to get at the match play, and he actually was running as one of the worst records that ever existed at that event at one point.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's the, it's the purest form of darts, which is where you expect players to really excel. That's what makes Taylor's record even
38.
more fascinating. It didn't matter over what format. The only place you could possibly say he was sometimes a little vulnerable was the Grand Prix, because the double in and the short course darts, and of course he took a few defeats that you wouldn't expect. Andy Calaby being one of them, Adrian Gray, Kevin Painter, which you could sort of say, well, okay, Kevin was a top class operator for many years, a former major winner, of course.
But at that period of time, that was a surprise. That wasn't.
81. And he required 142.
I always say you need a dominant force. Well, it almost felt like for all sports to get some recognition, you needed that dominant force. You've had it in snooker on a couple of occasions. Hendry Davis,
58. Robert, you require 99.
I couldn't agree more. I'm not one of these that likes different winners and different champions all the time. I'm not a fan of that. I like the.
And do you require?
I think it's a combination
84.
of both. I think you need a period where people it makes headlines when someone loses. We had it in tennis for many years. Treble 19 for double 12 or 45-36. Traditional.
32. Robert, you require 40.
It looks like Michael Van Gerwen might be about to retake
Game shot on the second leg.
honour.
Robert Thornton.
Robert Thornton's retaken the throw now. Levels us back up, but re-breaks.
I don't think we'll ever have a
Third leg. It's Robert
ever,
to throw first.
but not in the immediate future. Someone dominate.
Game on.
Although Michael's had a good season in terms of titles won, it's not the dominance he had in that era where
40.
Again, it was more of a shock if he got defeated. I think he went 3 years and 10 months on ITV without losing. That's dominance. But I think the levels, if you look at the averages,
98.
whether you look at TV averages, Pro Tour averages, they're just everyone's just so there's a group that are just so similar.
Yeah, I think that's it, because a lot of people talk about the
85.
standard of darts improving. The standard of darts has not improved. The amount of people that can hit that standard has improved.
Yeah. Yeah, where before you had sort of 1, 2 or 3 players that could, hit that 108 average, for example. Let's say 105. There was a very small group capable of it. Now there seems to be a group of 20 plus.
We've only got to look at Ross Smith coming through and winning the recent European Championship.
outstanding,
100.
And this comes down to the question, really. At what ranking could we see someone win a major title?
Yeah, how far can we go down? Before, you wouldn't, you know, the biggest surprise, I suppose, in recent years was
93.
Rob Cross coming from relative obscurity to not only win the Worlds, he did it in some fashion, beating the Governor in the final as well. And it wasn't like
80.
Phil played bad. I think he averaged 105.
And do you require 170?
Never looked competitive.
No.
Well, he had this in the palm of his hands and he's made
7.
an absolute mess of it. He's somehow, from 170, left himself on a no finish. Thornton was one treble away from making him pay and hits a 45. This is getting a little bit messy.
Well, even this early, it feels like we've reached a real pivotal point.
97. Robert, you require
Showing
151.
maybe too much respect for each other.
We've got 2 serial winners up there as well, haven't we?
Yeah.
119.
Good lead there from Thornton. Didn't like the line on the 20s, uses the 16s. This 66 doesn't look like a big checkout, but unless you get this first dart right, you're only getting 1 dart. 1 dart. Which one will he pick? It looks like he's trying to set up tops.
Double 12.
Be 12s.
54.
Well, this leg's just been messy, hasn't it, from start
Robert,
to
you
finish?
require 32.
And Andy Hamilton does a little trip on the hockey. Remember a few years ago, Robert Thornton nearly fell off the stage in a game against Phil Taylor.
Remember Kirk Shepherd, I think he broke his ankle, didn't he?
No score.
Yeah, the PDC put out a video of the best dart celebrations and they didn't want to Kirk Shepherd. But one thing a lot of people don't know is that Kirk Shepherd actually ripped his trousers.
Yes, he did. Who is going to get over the line in this one?
No score.
Yeah, I didn't like that. They were sort of laid
Robert,
across the bed.
32.
The flight was in the way. Gives Robert Thornton a chance to get the first holder throw in this match. Very rare we see Robert down this area of the board. Normally he likes to leave tops.
Robert Thornton.
It's worked out for him quite well there. First holder throw goes to Robert Thornton. Halfway to victory.
4th leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Was a 23 darter. One of mine. My goodness. Maybe that will just take the shackles off.
180.
That is our 4th 180 of the day. First one
85.
in the Andy Hamilton box. Be interesting to see what happens for these players over the next couple of months. They're going to have some decisions to make. Obviously, Q School on the horizon in January, but a World Seniors title coming up the early part of 2022.
140.
Oh, we had 5 perfect darts, yeah, especially for Robert Thornton, of course, a multiple winner on the Seniors Tour this
60.
year. The tour card would obviously mean no defence of those titles, no Super Series. Where potentially for one player, it's over £100,000 up for grabs playing in the Super Series for a year.
Not to forget the prize increase on the World Seniors, now I believe up to £40,000 to the champion.
And do you require
for which you put Robert Thornton as one of the very strong favourites.
Absolutely. If you want to go to the World Series in World Seniors in February, Dartshop.tv is your place.
57.
Or the Circus
And
Tavern
you require
Direct.
16.
But be quick.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
From
Andy
a
Hamilton.
23 dart hold to a 13 dart hold. Just about sums darts up, that one. Yeah, there is still
Fifth
some
leg, it's
tickets
Robert to
available. There's
throw
also some
first.
opportunity to
Game
get
on.
some fabulous VIP tickets where you get the opportunity to meet legends John Lowe and Dennis Priestley,
58.
amongst others that will be out and about. Great to see Co Stompy back and Roland Shelton.
96.
Some players getting announced quite regular, aren't they,
Yeah.
at the moment? So go follow them over on Twitter. Get all the
97.
announcements of all the players that will be taking part. You're going to be one of them yourself.
I am, yes. I'll be playing in the Masters in Yeovil, I think it's in the June. Almost
100.
home venue for me, being in Devon, in Tiverton. Not too far away, about 45 minutes.
Have you been down to
41.
the tavern since the days of?
Yeah, I did a big exhibition for MODUS down there. Yeah, really enjoyable going back. It was the first time I've been back since it was actually used as a PDC venue. But
42.
yeah, brought back some fond memories. Had some great times down there. It is a cauldron-like venue, a very, very special venue, very unique, low ceilings, of course, which
93.
you don't normally get in these much bigger arena-type venues. And the fans are right on you. They're really close to the stage. It creates a special atmosphere.
Obviously, venues have emotional attachment to them, and
Yeah.
especially if you've got positive memories in there. I remember going into
171.
during the COVID darts period. You went into the Reebok Stadium in Bolton.
Where the UK used
With the UK Open,
used to be,
yeah.
60.
And the second you walk in there, you
And
always
do you
stand there
require
for a
92?
couple of minutes and just remember
Reminisce.
that's what happened there. That's
Yeah.
what happened at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that makes a perfect point about Robert Thornton and his record at the Winter Gardens.
56.
Paul Nicholson
Robert,
a
you
couple of weeks
require
ago on commentary was saying how
152.
he used to walk in there and it used to just give him bad vibes.
And again, it's a negative association, isn't it?
92. And do you require 36? Game shot on the fifth leg.
That moves
Andy
Hamilton one leg away
Hamilton.
from the match. And most importantly there, that is a breaker throw for Andy Hamilton. And I think even more importantly,
Sixth
when we
leg,
look
it's
over
Andy
to the
to throw
numbers,
first.
Robert
Game
Thornton
on.
is not producing like he did in his opening game against Jesus.
He's about 12 points off of that performance. He's averaging 77.89 right now.
140.
Hamilton closing in to that 95 average he produced against Matt Jackson.
85.
Seems to be the problem at the moment for Robert Thornton, losing that line on the 20s.
And that's a big line there, Matt. Big difference over short course starts, that.
Yeah, that power scoring 6-1 in favour of Andy Hamilton. What that's going to do is that's going to buy you
57.
more darts at the double, which we can see when we look at the double in stats actually is nearly double the amount of darts here for Andy Hamilton.
Which backs up that statement.
100.
And this is where that stray dart, that dart in the 5 becomes big. Because when I say it needs you need an extra treble. If he hits a 140 here, he leaves 176. If he
46.
stays straight and go a ton, he'd be on the finish at 161. So when you come off of that line and you go in the 5 or the 1, the first time you do it, you need an extra treble.
Yep. It
26.
creates drama down the line, doesn't it?
Now, 26 certainly isn't going to help his case here. Every time Andy Hamilton's teed up a bit of an opportunity and said, here you go, Robert, step in here. It's kind of followed suit.
58.
Yeah, and He's just leaving the door ajar. And Max here would turn the leg on its head.
58.
200 points away from 2 more points on the board. A perfect start to his campaign here in Group A. And that's probably the perfect dart for Andy Hamilton. Sat in the middle of the bed, sat up. He's building a wall. Just come underneath that one.
180.
Sometimes you can just talk them in. That lie, perfect at the top of the bed. Gives him at least 3 darts, likely to be 6 at the outer ring. Get this one wrapped
81. And he required 20.
Yeah, it's been a disappointing performance from Thornton. Certainly not what was expected. We both fancied Hamilton at that price to represent some value. He finished the job.
No score.
Not
Robert, you
on this
require
occasion,
151.
but the likelihood and on what we've seen so far is he will return. Thornton can't take the 151 from now, so another 3 darts here for Andy
93.
Hamilton. Same targets.
And he required 20.
Will it be a different result?
Game, shots, and the match.
And
Andy Hamilton
finds the double 10. The only positive he will take from that is the 2 points. And he makes it 2 from 2, averages 86.53 for Hamilton, 77.18 for Robert Thornton. A real off-colour performance. Up next, Thibault Tricole against Jesus Noguera.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where Andy Hamilton has just doubled up with victories. A great start to the day for him, Matt. 4-2 win against Robert Thornton.
Yeah, when you get to a position like Andy Hamilton is at the moment where he's winning, he's won that Challenge Tour recently as well. Winning just becomes fun, it becomes easy, it becomes expectant. And I think that's where Andy Hamilton was in that game. You saw the checkouts wasn't quite there, but he just kept thinking he's going to get more opportunities and did, and sold them out.
Yeah, the stats there, 86.53, not quite as good as the level he produced in the first match against Matt Jackson. In that one, he really set his stall out for the day, didn't he, and maybe laid down a bit of a marker.
Yeah, it's purely that doubling stat. You know, in the opening game he was 66%, in that one he's 26%. You know, you tighten that up a little bit and that's going to be over the 90 average.
Of the other matches that we've seen so far today, any really standout, significant results for you?
Thibault Tricole. He played extremely well in that game, looked very good, very confident. We normally see Tricole start slowly in these events and then he warms up to it as it goes. And he's hit the ground running today and he's going to be a danger.
Yeah, we can see him there getting the job done against Martin Adams. A 4-1 success for the Frenchman in that one. Adams did bounce back and beat Matt Jackson 4-0, so that's the right way to put things right, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. The thing you want to do in this is win strong early. You don't want to be losing big because those leg differences will come into play. There's only one place available for this group, so you don't want to start losing 4-0, 4-1 early on and not just start chasing points, but start chasing big victories.
Yeah, Jesus Noguera, a man who might be chasing a victory here against Tricole, but as Matt's just been saying, if Tricole can produce that kind of level, then it's going to be tough. A highlight for him, this 102 against Robert Thornton, but probably wishing that Thornton played like he did in the last match, in the one against him.
Well, actually, just watching back this 102, I was really impressed with this because you could see from the reaction of that was a dart, a single 10. That was not for 6 for double 18. He stepped back, recomposed himself, and then delivered on the finish. That's a very good sign there for Jesus.
Yeah, and you've been talking about that blue flight as well with Chris Mason, which, yeah, to some people it might seem like nothing, but you think there is something to it.
Absolutely, yeah, there's a pattern there, and that just shuts off that conscious mind. It changes that processing time, and it just puts it all in his hands. I'm really glad to see that, and we'll see it quite a lot going forward.
Well, will the points be in his hands at the end of this one? Let's find out. It's Noguera against Tricole, and Matthew Edgar is going to join Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, chaps. Yes, there's a very international feel to this one. 33-year-old Thibault Tricole up against 32-year-old Jesus Noguera. This completes our second cycle of matches, and we'll start to have a look at the table at the conclusion of this one to see how that's taking shape. But so far today, Tricole's had a 4-1 win over Martin Adams with a 95.53, and Jesus went down
First leg, it's Thibault to throw
to Robert
first.
Thornton
Game
with
on.
a 91.42. This feels like it could be a bit of a thriller.
100.
Steady away from Thibault with a ton. Getting your steps in, Matt.
Yeah, and just
45.
trying to watch it on the screen as I was coming through. Don't want to miss a second of this one because, for me, Thibault's the last player standing who doesn't have question marks over them after the first couple of games.
180.
Confirmed. It's something we picked up on.
93.
He's played a lot of darts in the Super Series or then Live League, and he traditionally has an indifferent Monday.
60.
Finds a bit of form Tuesday and tends to be in full flow by Wednesday. If he's playing like this on Monday, I agree with you, Matt.
85. Thibault, you require 161.
But the players will be on notice. Of course, has
101.
played a lot of darts recently at a high level, and that's got to be giving him an advantage. He's not coming in cold per se.
60. Thibault, you require 60.
Personally, I think this comes down to a little bit of preparation.
50.
Because we've spoke about Thibault before in the past and how he comes late at night and he's
Well,
got
he
that
usually flies in and the last flight in, doesn't he? And then travels across country to get here, often arriving around about 5 a.m.
Thibault, you require 10.
Well, actually, he's been playing in the Pro Tour on the 4th and the 5th of November, which means the likelihood is he didn't go home to come back.
Score.
He stayed over here,
Jesus, you
which
require
means
78.
he's not coming in late, he's not tired, he's ready, he's rested, and he's getting dividends already early on.
38.
Wait, he's rested and well practiced.
Thibault, you require 10.
At a high level.
Chooses to split this time. Double two.
Game shot on the
Different
first
result.
leg. Thibault Tricole.
This time he gets over the line and gets the leg, and you say well rested and well practiced. He's had 2 averages in the mid-90s.
Second leg, it's Jesus to throw first.
One against Nathan Gervin,
Game on.
and one in victory over Daryl Gurney. That was in the second round of the Players' Championship 29. But he opened up Players' Championship 29 with a 6-3 win over Germany's Max Hopp with 103.36.
And again, doing that sort of thing is just confirmation. That's all we crave as players. Even sometimes in defeat, you know, if you've just missed the odd double here and there and you've played against someone who's really produced, you can break your own numbers down and you take a lot of confidence from seeing figures like that and getting wins over players like Max Hopp, but more so Daryl Gurney.
140.
Still a top player, looking like he's going back in the right direction. Back to back 140s for Tricole on the Noguera throw.
85.
Couldn't make it.
Jesus, you require 170.
But still down to 136 after 9.
And this is just another example. Oh, ball for the 170.
Game shot on the second
Fantastic
leg.
finish there
Jesus
from
Noguera.
Jesus Noguera. He took out the 102 in the opening, but that one is the biggest finish that we will see this week. We might see it matched, but we cannot see it bettered because that is the biggest finish on a dartboard. 170 finish from Jesus.
And that gives me
96.
more confirmation he comes from a soft tip background because he found that ball with ease.
Yeah, I was just about to say beforehand that losing the lie where it shows an extra treble needed was never more prominent than there.
59.
With 140, 140 to leave the 2-2-1. 85 is 136. That is now a 2 treble combination shot. If you'd have stayed straight, the 1-2-1 would have been a 1 treble shot.
And you get 2 bites of the cherry at it, of course.
So as a professional dart player, or someone who's looking to be a professional dart player, the first thing you need to do is stay straight, because anytime you lose that line, it forces you into an extra treble.
And don't be too stubborn. Around the treble 20, there's other options available.
It's in that opening game for Jesus against Robert Thornton, despite the defeat, that we saw enough in there to suggest he's going to be a danger and a threat.
Absolutely. Treble 17 is the shot.
131.
It was a 12 darter with the 170 in leg 2 for Jesus. Thibault in leg 3 is left tops after 12.
57.
Living up to our
Thibault, you require
expectations.
40.
Won't be happy with his doubling so far. 1 from 7.
20.
Make that now 1 from 10.
He's just chasing around, and it's not like he's getting stuck on one target. We're seeing him throw at tops, 5s, 4s, 10s, 2s. Sort of getting all around the board. We didn't see this problem in his opening game against Martin Adams. 4 from 8 on that one, 50% on the doubles.
Game shot on the third leg.
50% in that
Thibault
throw.
Tricole.
But that is 2 from 12 But despite the fact he's missed 10 darts at a double, he's still averaging around about the 87,
Fourth
which
leg, it's Jesus
suggests
to throw first.
he is finding some
Game on.
power scoring.
Yeah, twice as many scores of a ton or more than his opponent. 8-4 in that department in favour of Tricole.
58. $134. $140.
Spanish darts is something that sort of teased us players over the years, hasn't it? Obviously, when the World Cup came in, they had that huge upset victory
85.
over England. And then we've seen Tony Alcinas, Cristo Reyes. We've sort of seen people that can reach the standard, but we've not seen anyone sort of step over that line.
133.
Yeah, do a Jose. Of course, lives in Spain, but is from Portugal.
Well,
60.
he won
should require
his leg with a 170. Can he do it again? That's a fantastic leave there. After just 12 darts, leaves himself a double. And this is likely to go to a level game, all with hold to throw.
100.
Fairly dominant hold to
should
throw.
require 36. Game shot on the fourth leg. Jesus Noguera.
Well, Jesus is backing up that performance in his opening match where
Fifth leg, it's Thibault to
he
throw
did lose,
first.
but he did average 91.5. He's averaging 94 and change here.
83.
Just 88.5 at the moment for Tricole.
$95.
Jesus has the sort of aura of a guy that could quite easily
100.
go under the radar. But I'm not going to let it happen. If he wins this game, he is not going under the radar. I'm not going to allow it. He averaged 91 in his opening game. He's averaging 94 in this one with a 170 finish.
I like the look of him. I think I was on my holidays
85.
when he played last time. This is my first real look at him live. I like what I'm seeing.
$100.
I haven't quite worked it out yet, but if I was to just be hypercritical,
100.
I would just...
Not like you, mate.
I would just say that the darts seem to land at slightly different angles.
140.
As we can see with M3 there.
Thibault, you require 133.
And that's just a minuscule timing issue, isn't it?
$93.
Tees up top.
Hazel should require 108.
102 in defeat against Thornton. He's already had a 170. Can he find tops?
88.
One dart for a break of
Thibault,
throw and a 3-2 lead.
40.
It's an intriguing route, because going that way, you'd suggest that he's looking at the Shangas on the 18s.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Thibault Tricole.
And then was he worried about the angle of the dart, maybe just carrying it into the
Possibly.
treble? Was he could have left
Six leg, it's
tops?
Hazel
Do you
to throw
go that
first.
way on
Game on.
108? Are you a 57, 19, 32 man?
Yeah, I'm on the 19s. I'm one of the, like you get these stubborn players that are always looking to leave tops. I'm the same for the
96.
16. So the whole breakdown for me is all to try and leave me in that area.
I've started to go the 19s way, but it's hard to
140.
break old habits. So I'm treble 20 or treble 18.
93.
But I do like the 19s. I like that adjustment, the smaller adjustment across.
I like to
125.
use a play on the word game and match. We've seen some good games today, but this is by far the best match so far. And by match, I mean two people that are playing a similar
145.
standard that comes down to who misses or takes an opportunity.
Agreed.
140.
Mentioned earlier on in the game, Tricole getting the better of the scoring phase, but since then, Jesus has hit a lot of 140 plus shots, really ticking
94.
that power scoring column.
Thibault, you require 96.
Regardless of that, Thibault is 96 points away after just 9 darts on the match. This could be an 11.
Game, shots,
And
the
that
match.
was a
Thibault
quality
Tricole.
match, as Charlie just called that one in there. Really good, tight game. Both players in the mid-90s. 94 for Thibault, 96 for Jesus. Jesus with that incredible 170 finish to hold his throw earlier on. And when we look at the average of Tricole, and then we look at that checkout percent of just 26, that could have been even bigger. Thibault Tricole is the guy to watch at the moment. That is 4 points on the board, a 4-1 victory earlier against Adams, a 4-2 against Jesus. And coming up next, we've got Matt Jackson, who's looking to get his first points on the board against Robert Thornton, who's looking to recover from that defeat he's just suffered to Andy Hamilton.
Welcome back. We've just witnessed the game of the day so far here at the MODUS Super Series between Thibault Tricole and Jesus Noguera. Let's just dissect the standard in that one. You can see there an average of almost 95 from Tricole, the winner of that match. It was even higher from Jesus Noguera, who took out that fabulous 170 checkout, but could not stop Tricole taking the points in it. A 4-2 success for the Frenchman at the expense of the Spanish star there, who's played well, but with no success so far. And we can confirm that by taking our first look at the league table. Noguera and Matt Jackson yet to pick up any points from their first couple of matches. Both Martin Adams and Robert Thornton, the World Seniors finalists earlier this year have 1 win from 2, but it's maximum points for Thibault Tricole and Andy Hamilton, who have both made flying starts to their respective campaigns. Well, attention now turns to one of those players I mentioned still looking for his first victory of the day, Matt Jackson, who went down to Martin Adams in his previous match, missing plenty of darts at double along the way. Here we see just a few of them. If you can put that right, then that will make a huge difference to what he can achieve today, and indeed in this group. In fact, the only double that he's hit so far was on the bullseye in the very first match of the day. So Jackson looking to put the double trouble behind him, and he's going to take on Robert Thornton in this pair's third match of the Monday morning session. Thornton has a 4-2 win and a 4-2 defeat to his name so far. Here he is producing a fabulous finish against Rob Collins at one of the finals nights that we had here in Portsmouth earlier on. And if you want to be at finals night on Saturday, don't forget tickets available absolutely free via dartshop.tv. Right then, will it be Robert Thornton who's going to double his points tally, or can Matt get off the mark? Let's find out with Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Murph. Well, you've just found a little nugget there, Matt.
Yeah, well, we're looking ahead, obviously. Group B, we'll see the introduction of Justin Smith and Stephen Burton. And actually, at the very last challenge draw on the PDC, challenge draw 24, Robert Thornton had a little bit of a run in that event, and along the way, beat Stephen Burton and Justin Smith, 2 people he might be playing later on in Group B on Thursday and Friday if he can't get Group A wrapped up.
Well, this is a massive game already in the early stages of Group A.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
The worrying thing for him is the averages, 83.8. His opening match to Thornton's 89.77.
140.
Back that up with a 69.04.
140.
Before the off this morning, Matt Jackson for this game was 5-4. Robert Thornton 4-7. And what we've seen so far, that 4-7 would represent some value.
It will, because he's now literally before the off 4-9.
81.
Jackson 13-8. The bookies have seen enough. I'm sure the punters have, and have piled in on Thornton, especially after that 69 average last time out.
23.
As we've seen before, he could quite likely go up there and have a 95, but in some
93.
cases that may not even be enough to beat Thornton.
One of the things that we find is very good about the Robert Thornton game over the years is when he has a game like that last one, where he only averaged 77 in defeat to Andy Hamilton, he seems to know how to put things right and quickly.
61.
And that's a
Matt, you
massive secret,
require
isn't it? Just being able
146.
to brush it away. Can't, of course, do anything about what's already happened.
90. Robert, you require 126.
Put right the now. 66.
120. Matt, you require 56. Game shot on the first leg.
Make
Matt Jackson.
Jackson feel a whole lot better. A 17 dart hold, especially after seeing the 2 treble 19s
Second
going
leg, it's
for
Robert to
Thornton on
throw
the
first.
126.
Game on.
I have just realised.
100.
So I was just thinking about the nicknames there of Thornton and Matt Jackson, who is the Action Jackson. And I just realised I missed out on my little bit for the Robert Thornton Andy Hamilton game. I was going to say, if you take the N off of the Thorn, we've got 4 and the hammer.
I like it.
We'll save that one for we'll bring that back up tomorrow.
Yes.
We'll use that again.
For those that are not tuned in today.
40. 86.
I like to tinker with a bit of branding and a bit
81.
of... and you're probably not going to enjoy this one as much as I would, but I would like to change the Actions nickname to Michael,
180.
and he would have one glove on.
That's genius. I quite like it. It
Robert, you require
could
36.
be a glove that takes moisture out of the dart, so it could have a purpose. And on his walk-on, I want to see him
28.
moonwalk the walk-on with a chimpanzee.
Or when he takes out a big finish, just moonwalk down the offing to
130. Robert,
take the
you
darts
require
out.
8. Game shot on the second
So
leg.
in the end,
Robert Thornton.
eventually levels things up with a hold. Now, I know you're a big wrestling fan. Didn't
Third leg,
Logan
it's Matt to
Paul
throw first.
have a
Game
wrestling
on.
match at the weekend with Reigns, is it?
with Roman Reigns. Yes,
That's it,
yeah, yeah,
Roman Reigns.
yeah.
Was it any good?
He's an extremely good match.
97.
Very, very good. Very impressive.
Well, although he does box, of course, Logan Paul, he comes from a wrestling background, doesn't he? In the American...
Amateur
140.
wrestling.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was impressive. Very, very good. It's only his third ever match. And it was probably one of the most enjoyable matches I've
140.
seen this year. It was very, very entertaining. Very good match.
Well, I did see some of the feedback from it, from the boxing community.
180.
We're usually anti pretty much anything to do with WWF or whatever it is, WWE.
58.
The other one's a Wildlife Foundation. No one's against that. And I did see him a clip of him. Did he win or did he? What happened?
No, he lost that one to Roman, but certainly did himself well. The only downside
21.
is he picked up injuries, didn't he, from that? So
I seen a bit where he jumped
ACL.
off of a rope and landed on a table or something, didn't he?
yeah, and filmed it as well. In his hand, he had the phone in his hand filming.
132.
As you
Robert,
do.
you require 160.
I'd like to see a dart player have like a head cam, you know, one of them GoPros on their head.
Well, you might
60.
be seeing that
Matt,
pretty
you
soon.
require 74.
Of course I will.
Game shot on the third
Oh,
leg.
this is
Matt Jackson.
much better from Matt Jackson that time. 15 dart hold with the 74 out.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
It's easy to get carried away with what was seen today from Matt Jackson, but it's also worth looking back and just reminding
60.
ourselves this is a man who is top of the ADC ranking system. This is a man who's picked up 30 titles. Yes, we haven't seen that guy arrive here yet today,
100.
but was that a settling in process?
Oh, we're seeing it now. He's averaging
120.
90. Well, look at those averages. Couldn't be too much closer. But it's Thornton with the 2 180s. Finds himself
60.
2-1 down.
He's
55.
not got any maxes himself yet, but those big barrels.
Yeah, they're not. They're not easy to hit. That first start was pretty perfect for him, but you have to
100.
rely on the placement being perfect to hit a 180 with darts that big. And the thing is, what might creep in to Thornton here is a bit of frustration. He would have seen that average last time
94.
out from Jackson, the 69 average in a 4-0 loss to Adams, and be thinking, what are you doing? Why are you playing like this against me?
123.
The old why me?
I am kind of cheering in a Matt Jackson 180 because I've got a line ready.
140.
It's just sat there. I'm
Matt,
sort
you
of
require
cheering it in when that
180.
first dart goes right. He's been perfect on the doubles so far.
78.
First start he's missed at
Robert, you
tops.
require 32.
It was a well-thrown dart.
Yep.
And again, we very rarely see Robert Thornton down here, and he's down here again, and that's awkward. He's got to come right the way round. This is a more open target for him.
24.
Jackson has a chance
Matt, you require
to take a
40.
3-1 lead. But Robert Thornton in trouble. He lost his last game 4-2 to Andy Hamilton. He's playing better than he did in that game. Jackson can get this
Game
tops.
shot on the
It
fourth
could
leg.
be the same
Matt
kind
Jackson.
of result. That is a breaker throw from Matt Jackson. And most importantly now, he is going to have 2 opportunities with throw to get this wrapped.
Fifth leg, it's Matt to
Word
throw
about him now. I
first.
think he was,
Game on.
I had an idea in my head that he was thinking about beating Thornton rather than thinking about hitting the double. But this is a
134.
night and day performance. He's got to switch. Oh, and he switches with
177.
success. It's not a 180. But it adds the 177 to the 2 previous 180s.
85.
And again, a perfectly placed opening dart, not followed.
81. 81.
He's just teasing you now, Matt.
He's not going to give me my moment, is he?
$93.
Picks off the 54 to leave 150. Whitlock time.
You've got to be seriously
97.
confident in your
Robbie
ability.
require
haven't you,
150.
You got to have some flash to do that. Especially, you know, we've all done it in exhibitions and in practice and messing about
60.
with the lads, but
Matt, you
to do
require
it in front of the
104.
cameras is staggering.
I believe it was for the match as well, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
88.
And on the Tuesday
Robbie, you
night
require
in
90.
the local league in Southampton, the singles league, he did it again.
65.
Thornton only needed to do it once.
Matt, you require 16.
And for the match, a comprehensive win, double 4. Just settles himself, resets, bumping off that.
Game,
And in
shots,
it goes.
and the match. Matt
And
Jackson.
an 18 dart hold gets the job done for Matt Jackson, and he picks up his first 2 points of the day, and against a player, well, certainly myself and Matt didn't expect him to beat, and certainly the bookies gave him no chance. Thornton with the higher average at 91, but just 1 from 10 on the doubles was his downfall. Up next, Martin Adams against Jesus Noguera.
Welcome back. Well, I mentioned that Matt Jackson would have to put his doubling right in that one, and he certainly did, didn't he? Missed 12 against Martin Adams, but then hit the 4 he needed to beat Robert Thornton 4-1. So Jackson off the mark and off the bottom of the table, picking up his first 2 points of Group A, an average just shy of 89, and yeah, a big improvement with that checkout percentage. Robert Thornton struggling in that department himself, just 1 out of 10. Jackson, though, taking out 74 amongst 44.44% double success rate in that one. So 2 points for him, leaving Jesus Noguera bottom of the table without a win so far. Jesus has averaged more than 90 in both of his opening matches, but has failed to pick up any points just yet. He takes on Martin Adams, who lost 4-1 in his opening match of the day, but then won 4-0 in his second, and we can see Wolfie closing out that whitewash win over Matt Jackson a little bit earlier on this morning. That was an excellent way to remedy that defeat. As for Noguera, well, he's had some magical moments, none more so than this one, completing the brilliant big fish finish at 170, but it all ultimately proved to be in vain once again, as he went down 4-2 to Thibault Tricole, just as he did to Robert Thornton in his opening match. So now he's trying to do what Jackson just did and pick up his first victory of the group. Let's see if he can. Here's Adams against Noguera, and Chris Mason and Matt Edgar will describe the action.
Yeah, this one poses a few questions and a few points of interest. We were just looking at the odds coming into this one. Martin Adams 8-15 favourite, Jesus 11-8, and on what we've seen so far today, that represents some incredible value on Jesus Noguera, who's on your screen at the moment. Former runner-up in the Challenge Tour in 2019, he's had a couple of years on the Pro Tour, but what he's producing today, in defeat in his opening game to Robert Thornton, he averaged 91.42. He had that very, very good game with Tricole when he reeled in the big fish, 96.38. He's looking composed. He's looking good. I'm liking the structure of the darts. We're liking the composure and the regrips when things aren't going his way. And I think he could get some points on the board at the end of this one.
I agree. He's averaging. And we've got a fairly big sample now. All the players have completed at least 2 matches. And
60.
Noguera is averaging over 10 points more across those 2 matches than Martin Adams. So the 11-8 does represent some value. If they both play to
85.
tie, there's only one winner.
Well, I've been a little bit concerned with the throw of Martin Adams today. We saw that one earlier where he dropped down, and you can see there with the, although it's gone in the treble, that rotation of the wrist. It's something I like to call a Spider-Man.
100.
Where we turn the hand over to the point where the wrist is facing at the board.
I like it. Basically, what's happening is you get to the point of
41.
release, and you know it's not quite how you like it, and you're just trying to, that's much better. Basically, on the release, you want to point at the board like he's doing, but you'll see from time to time, he's there.
100.
Perfect example, he just tried to adjust on the fly, and there was a rotation at the wrist at the end of the action, and you've seen the result. The dart was nowhere near the target.
$180.
First max of the match goes to Noguera, and in fact, I do believe that's his first of the day.
30.
And what a time to do it when you're in the opening leg against a multiple-time world champion. You're trying to break that throw nice and early. You kick in your first max of the day. And look at this follow-up.
123.
Nearly 6 perfect darts to set up 24. He'll be back for 72. Maybe Martin's going to do a Thibault and get off to a slow start
45.
and improve.
Jesus, you require 72.
Not sure how much darts Martin's been playing of late.
And that wasn't an ideal dart. Losing that line means in 166, which guarantees
Game
Jesus
shot on the
6
first
starts at
leg.
the
Jesus
finish.
Noguera.
He only needs the 3. Wraps that one up pretty well. We've seen plenty of good stuff from him today, and that's a 15
Second leg, it's
darter
Jesus to throw first.
with a 180.
Game on.
With one dart at the double, he sees it out, and I reconfirm there is massive value in this game.
140.
He's now a 1-2 favourite. We took our advice and took the 11-8. Again, it's not based on
60.
opinion or the fact that I've seen a picture of Jesus Christ in my dreams last night. It's purely based on the numbers.
140. 100.
Back to back 140s for Noguera.
100.
15 in the opener.
140.
Chance to go out in
Jesus
12 here
require
in leg
121.
Coming down, and he wants the ball. Yeah, just checking. Just confirming the score of Martin Adams, which means
81.
he doesn't have to go for the ball. Martin, not on the finish, of course.
That reconfirms my point I meant earlier when I said that he's been so good and composed and good at reading the situation.
177.
Despite the 177 for
Jesus
Martin Adams there.
40.
Perfect darts. There's nothing you can do here except hope Jesus does not hit this double. 10s will be the
Game
double.
shot on the
He
second
gets it last
leg.
dart in hand.
Jesus
Back-to-back
Noguera.
15 darters for Jesus Noguera. That means he's averaging 100.
Yep. Very,
Third
very
leg, it's
solid.
Martin
I
to
did
throw
fear
first.
the worst
Game
there
on.
when he had one dart left in hand. He was nowhere near the tops with the opening 2. I just wondered whether that 177 from Adams had just put him under it.
The Spider-Man there from
68.
Martin. Yeah, you sort of... Someone hits something big and you get that big call like that 177, the 180.
It's the only way you can do anything to put your opponent off, isn't it? Without cheating, of course.
180.
Ironically, Andy Hamilton, who's coming up next in the game against Thibault Tricole, was the first time I've ever experienced that. I was sat on a double to win the match against Andy Hamilton, and he hit a 180 to leave himself 2. He won 182 and he hit a max
180.
purely to get the crowd to make a noise and to get the big call from the ref. And
it's just that moment because it stalls you slightly. You know, you normally the match would have a bit of a rhythm to
60.
it. The 180 and the call from the referee, especially if it's Russ Bray and it's a long one, then yeah, it's just enough to put you off your stride.
good resistance here from Martin Adams, his opponent averaging over 100. He opened off with those 2 bad darts, and then since then got the treble 20 with the last dart in hand, then hit a 180, then a 140.
140. Martin, you
great
require
reply from
113.
Yeah, I experienced that semi-finals of a World Championship. My opponent hitting 180 to leave 13, 30, 15. It is quite bizarre
89.
how it can just
Jesus, you
play
require
havoc with the mind.
121.
He was on this shot and he teed it up. I guarantee you if he gets the treble this time, he will be going for the ball. Or the double 14.
It's a bonus.
93.
That is a well
Martin,
thrown
you
dart.
require
So
24.
Martin Adams will get his first dart at a double in this game. It's going to be at the 12s. It shows the quality of the game so far. Is it a 180, a 177, 3 140 pluses?
Game shot on the
And that
third
is his
leg.
first visit
Martin
to the board at a
Adams.
double, and he takes it with the last one in hand on the threes. And he didn't take that threes. You've got to think it would have been 3-0
Fourth leg, it's
to
Jesus to throw first.
Jesus.
Game on.
Well, we yet to have a leg extend past 5 visits so far in this one. 3 15 darters.
100.
The average for Noguera, very, very impressive. Nothing wrong with Adams, is 93.79. Oh, is he beginning to find another gear?
180.
Said we haven't seen many maxes today. We've seen 4 so far in this, and that's the 180s. We could technically class 5 if we're going to include the 177 from Martin
57.
Adams earlier on. The max hitting has just gone through the roof, and I suppose if you're Jesus, you must be getting to the point where you're thinking, do people not like me here?
Yeah, I think there should be a column. Instead of just 180s, it should be 170
100.
plus. We see the 170 hit for approach play. Of course, we see plenty of 177s and 174s nowadays.
I think I'd like
44.
to redo that even more and just change it to maximum visits.
Yeah, so the maximum you could hit with the, yeah. Could even go down as far as the 159, couldn't you, in the approach play? 3 perfect darts, isn't it?
59. Martin, you require
Martin
81.
Adams is playing beautifully right now. 81 after a 9. Possibility of an 11. Well, that's not a bad miss. A single 7, of
61.
course, would have meant a treble was needed, or a double-double combination. In absolutely control of the leg and effectively the
100.
match, because this is
Martin,
a
you
break back.
require 20. Game shot on the fourth leg. Martin
This
Adams.
quality from Martin Adams. You had 15 dart hit into you. You come back with a 15 and a 13 of your own, pushing your average
Fifth
up
leg,
to
it's
around
Martin to
about that
throw
100
first.
mark, which
Game on.
this is the best we've seen from Martin Adams this year, really. When we look through what we've seen from him, certainly in the seniors tour this year, a high there of a 92. That was in the semi-final of the seniors match play against Robert Thornton.
85.
He's been hovering around sort of the mid-80s, hasn't he, for 2022?
Yeah, but just to be a bit more precise, that's an
83.
86.78 for Martin Adams, which is a lot lower than we'd normally expect from him. There's not really a telltale
95.
sign in there. Normally, you'd see like when they're losing the average drops, or when they're winning the average drops, or with or against a throw. There's no real telltale sign. He just seems very
60.
consistent straight across the board. It'd be fair to say in this one, when he was losing, found the turbo.
Yeah, just 28 darts used to get himself well and truly back in the
45.
match. Noguera's just got to steady the ship here.
140.
He does so with darts of that ilk.
You wouldn't be wrong to say, if you haven't seen much of Jesus, but certainly he's been asked a lot of questions today.
45.
And the current question is, what's your resilience like?
Well, he's up against a very experienced group in Hamilton, Adams and Thornton, isn't he?
58.
Tricole making the final of the WDF Worlds, of course. He's no slouch.
that'll be a good game, won't it? Next game coming up, Andy Hamilton, Thibault Tricole. Something's got to give. Both of them started off perfectly today. 4 points apiece, but
160.
I'd say Tricole's probably done it in the more likely fashion.
Yeah, someone's O's got to go. Oh, tops.
120.
A 170 today. Is he going to add a 160 to the resume? He'd be more than happy to leave tops after 15 on the Adams throw, because he will have the darts in the next to serve it out for a 4-2 win.
92. Jesus should require 40. Game shot on the 5th leg.
Did say
Jesus
that he's being
Noguera.
asked questions. He got asked the biggest question there. Went 2-0 up with 2:15 darters. Adams
6th leg, it's Jesus
brought
to throw
it
first.
back. Brought
Game
it back to 2-2. Had the throw. And Jesus breaks again.
And hovering around that mid-90s mark again.
57.
Noguera. Currently on 94.46 to 90.41 for Adams. This is Martin's best performance of the day by some distance.
60.
Sort of feel, though, with Adams, with what we've seen from him this year, and the fact he's now
140.
66 years old, we're probably going to see his darts come in spurts.
Yeah, we get a bit more streaky.
Was that his spurt that we just saw?
100.
Or can he go again?
It's harder to do, of course, as you get older.
83.
The loose one there. Still 120 points in front, minus these. That's half of that.
$140.
Drive and desire is still there, though, isn't it, Matt? Even at 66 years of age.
I know it was a Rocky movie, I think it was.
60.
Where I said the last thing to die in a competitor is their heart.
Correct. Very much like boxing. The last thing you lose is your ability to
40. Jesus
to
should require
punch. It's a bit like
161.
180s. They always remain in the locker. It's the doubling that tends to go, or the approach play.
97. Martin, you require 161.
This may have to go.
It doesn't, which means Jesus will come back to the board for 64. Will come back to the board for 64
100.
points. So his first points
Jesus should require
on the
64.
table.
Staggering.
Game, shots,
We warned you
and
at the
the
start of
match.
that game that there was
Jesus
value
Noguera.
there. And Jesus Noguera lands the value with another solid performance. That has not come out the blue. He's been doing that all day. Another average around the mid-90s mark, but Jesus gets his first points on the board. He lost opening game to Robert Thornton and followed that up with defeat to Thibault Tricole, but he's up and running, and we expect to see him put many more points on the board over the next couple of days. If he can keep this level of performance going, he is still strongly in contention for winning Group A. Currently, at the top of Group A, Andy Hamilton and Thibault Tricole, both been perfect so far, both won their opening games, but something has to give. One of them has to lose, because they are playing each other next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yeah, it's non-stop darts here at the MODUS Super Series, and top quality stuff we've seen today as well. Some fantastic stuff from our field of international players, and we're going to see a couple of the players who have won both of their games in action next. But before that, let's just reflect on that previous match where Jesus Noguera, well, he kept up that standard that he's produced in his first two games, but this time he got the rewards for it. An average of 94.57, a win by a margin of 2 legs over the 3-time world champion Martin Adams, who averaged 90 himself in that one. So Noguera, it didn't look reasonable, did it? It didn't look fair that he didn't have any points, but he has now. Joins Matt Jackson in winning his first game, so nobody is without points after the first 3 matches. And now we look at the top of the table, a real fight for top spot between two players who are unbeaten so far in Andy Hamilton and Thibault Tricole. And Hamilton, well, he got the better of Robert Thornton in his last match, a 4-2 success for the Hammer, who was very happy about it at the end and has been dancing to his iconic walk-on song at the end of both of his victories, Hammer time here at the Super Series. But Thibault Tricole, the French touch, well, he's mirrored the results of Andy Hamilton, a 4-1 win, followed by a 4-2 win immediately after the Hammer had done exactly the same thing in the previous games. But now the pair meet each other to decide who will be top of the tungsten tree at the end of this game. Will Hamilton be dancing again at the end of this one, or will the French touch have too much?
Andy Hamilton, someone we don't really associate with the dancing. I can't imagine he's going to crack out a Dimitri van den Berg at the...
Or maybe a Peter Wright.
I think we're looking more down the Peter Wright road, aren't we, than the Dimitri or the Devon Peterson road.
Big fan of the Devon one. Not quite sure of the Dimitri one personally, but there you go. Each to their own.
Before we get into this one, I like playing the assumptions game. And what would you assume about Thibault Tricole? Personally, if I had to make an assumption, I reckon he could whip you up a nice dish. I reckon he's a bit of a chef.
I think so, a bit of a Nico. Yeah, but
First leg,
they
it's
eat
Andy
some
to
quite
throw
random
first.
food in France, don't they?
Game on.
I'm not sure. Is it France or Belgium that eat horse?
Oh, I don't know.
One of them, I think.
I know they're like chips in France.
Yeah.
They even named fries after them.
85.
Tom Fritz, isn't it?
I think I've just
60.
broke Chris Mason.
Well, last time we were in Amsterdam, me and Pikey had a walk around town, and there was a longer queue for this famous chips and French fries and pommes frites and mayonnaise
100.
place than there was a museum.
Yeah, I'm a
82.
big fan of eating, so it was quite nice to share the commentary box with Paul Nicholson a couple of weeks ago. He was giving me some recipes and some methods of cooking. Actually,
Yeah, we actually send pictures of food we've cooked.
96.
We put it on a gout level, whether it's gouty out of 10. We do quite like a bit of rich food.
140.
He's actually gone into work in Michelin star kitchens as Nico. He's got some levels to his game. There's been levels to Tricole's game today. He has been backed in this one. What was he before the off, mate?
It was 11 to 10.
And he requires
10 to 11
80.
now. Just prior to the start of this one. Hamilton now at 4 to 5. 20 and tops to hold and make the perfect start. Getting a clear line in, as you can see.
Game shot on the first leg. Andy Hamilton.
We both felt that Tricole might get something out of this one.
Second leg, it's Thibault to throw first.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Thibault today.
Yeah, the numbers are there, aren't they?
He's had a 180 in both of his games so far, a 95 average
100.
in his first game, a 94 in his second. And if we look at the little bits of change that come with that, that means he's going to be averaging 95 for the day going into this game. He's holding that at the moment, averaging 96. So what that's showing is not just a good level of darts, but a good level of consistency.
Yeah. Which is why we picked Noguera out in the last one at 11 to 8.
137.
Getting in touch, thanking us for that one. Well, I wouldn't be... This match is very much a no bet for... Not that we are allowed to bet, of course, but it would be a no bet because
96.
of the volatility involved. And when you have a look at their previous, not just on today, but prior in the Super Series.
60.
Tricole averaging close to 88. Adams is 88. In their last 50, if we just do it off the last, a big enough sample, so of the last 50 matches. There was not enough evidence from any stat we looked at to really
100
pick out a favourite. This is a coupon buster.
Yeah, we both use different systems or different databases for our stats, and my stats come over the last 12 months, and your stat there over the last 50 games said 88 average.
140.
Well, over the last 12 months, I can tell you that Thibault Tricole's running an 87.84, which is pretty much the 88.
So that's pretty much where the level of play is at right now.
96. And you require
Well, he's asked
88.
the question, does Hamilton have the answer? It should at least get one dart at the ball. Single 18. Make sure of that first. He does. I like that play.
63. Thibault, you require 8.
There's a time and a place for taking an aggressive stance on going for the treble.
Game shot on the second leg. Thibault Tricole.
This is not it, and that's a 17 dart hold for Thibault. One apiece.
I said earlier,
Third leg, it's
the
Andy to throw
difference between
first.
the word
Game
match and game. This is firmly a match.
Agreed.
on. 140.
Hamilton's got a couple of 180s today. They both came in his victory over Robert Thornton. 4-2, that victory for Andy.
96.
Tricole also got 2 180s so far today, but they came in separate games. One of them in his victory over Martin Adams.
39.
In his victory over Jesus.
He's not a particularly big 180 hitter. 180s per leg is 0.13. Hamilton
68.
much better at 0.22.
So with those stats, the suggestion would be that under or over market on the 2.5 on the 180s looks likely to be under.
121.
Only one game today.
100.
So my apologies. Yeah, it is just one game today, and that was the last one. There was 4 in that one that produced the overs. It's a shame he has to switch because they
139.
Left a big gap in the middle.
That's like what I call that a goal 180. You put the posts in, and you've got to score the goal between the two.
Well, this is why I'm a great believer in people say about
100.
the 147 and the 9.
And he requires
what's more
62.
difficult, and you can have flukes in snooker, but you can't have them in darts, which is absolute codswallop. Because if you can't have a fluke in darts, why do you see so many people
30.
hitting a 180 in a bust
Thibault,
situation?
you require 137.
Sometimes we both know that we've thrown a dart that's nowhere near where we've aimed it. It's caught the flight and got drawn in, and we've hit a 180.
Remember Ryan Searle in the World Championships? Was it tops? And he hit it, and then he said in his interview afterwards it was that disgusting.
And
he
you
threw it in
require
his own mouth.
32.
Go in front once again with a hold.
Game shot on the third leg. Andy
17
Hamilton.
darter. This is pretty much going as expected. It may be
Fourth leg, it's Thibault to throw first. Game on.
Or one moment where there's a mistake will decide the outcome of this one.
83.
Interesting play there from Thibault. Normally, when players are waiting for the next leg to start, they'll stand back. Thibault stood in his position at the hockey. Now, he kept the arm down so he wasn't putting any unnecessary stress or fatigue on the arm or the shoulder.
81.
It's very rare we see, and there he is again, look. Just stood waiting.
He's ready to go. That tells me one thing. He wants to get at the board.
80.
He fancies it.
But is he going a bit too quick? Because out of the 6 darts since he started doing this, 3 of them have lost the line of the 20.
Maybe too keen. Andy Hamilton, a much more measured thrower, of course.
100.
A real aimer. A real placer of the dart.
96.
A player like Andy Hamilton, with the experience of Andy Hamilton, as soon as he recognises that Thibault chomping to get there, he's just going to take a little bit more time.
Yeah, you just take a bit of pace out of the game. Nothing illegal about that.
You'll be thinking, if you want to wait there, pal,
131.
I'll let you wait there.
Or he could get out his Thor hammer and pop him on the toes with it. That'll hold him back a bit.
100. $30.
Oh dear, they were loose.
Thibault, you
ones.
require 142.
Quick too, weren't they?
Yeah, it couldn't have gone any worse as well. 2 5s losing the 159. Meaning Thibault has got 6 darts.
36.
He's gonna need them.
Well, the ball was the right shot because a 25 at minimum would have left a 2 dart combination finish. And it's got to stay there, really.
39.
It was an exchange
Thibault,
in a
you
game of
require
darts
106.
of 6 or 9 darts that decide the direction of the game.
And they can be at both ends of the scale.
You
86.
sort of get the impression that the players feel
And
this
you
is that
require
exchange.
120.
Andy Hamilton takes this, he'll have the throw twice to win the match.
We've already seen that a few times today, haven't we? Where there's been an exchange of absolute quality. And then I think that's tops. It is tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Well, he
Andy
took an 80
Hamilton.
out on tops in leg 1 with his final dart, and he's just taking the 120 out for a breaker throw in 18.
Fifth leg, it's
Thibault
Andy to throw
made
first.
a real mess
Game
of leg
on.
4.
Well, he said he's keen. He was so keen. He wants to throw before Andy's even thrown his darts. Andy will be dancing after this one. You get one more leg on the board here. That'll be a perfect start to the day, and it'll be 6 points from 6. Maybe he's putting a bid. We saw the I'm a Celebrity return to the TV last night. Maybe he's trying to put a bid in for Dancing with the Stars, Dancing on Ice.
Maybe a bit of that Strictly nonsense. Are you a fan of that celebrity, I'm a Celebrity stuff?
I like the jungle, yeah.
Yeah.
I like the jungle.
47.
Big fan of that. Although I wouldn't have wanted to have been on it last night. Some of the horrific things they had to do yesterday.
Well, that horrendous Matt Hancock is on there, isn't he?
99.
Horrific human being. I do believe, I don't watch it, but I do believe it comes down to the general public to vote on him having to do and eat awful things and do awful things. Well, there you go. I can guarantee you what will be happening there.
140.
Do you think you'd like a stay in the jungle?
No, I want Scarford to do Big Brother, but
140.
Regrettably, and it was in the early stages when Big Brother was quite good. I enjoyed Big Brother because it was more of an experiment, and I'm quite into that whole thing. But no, regrettably,
98. Thibault, you require 127.
maybe when I seen a group of people in there, that wasn't a bad thing.
I had to turn down the show once as well
59.
myself. It was
And you
Come Dine
require
With Me.
120.
No, that would have been good. Why were you playing darts and couldn't? Yeah,
Yeah, I couldn't go because you've got the commitment of the week
yeah.
in order to do all the filming.
I quite like that program.
60.
One of the few things I watch on
Thibault,
telly,
you require 68.
besides darts and boxing, and Countdown when Kirk's on there.
Sort of feel this is hit or lose.
48.
Andy Hamilton's been very good on the outer ring all day
And he
today. He's been
requires
50% in this
60.
game. He's been very good on the tops.
He has been mustard on tops.
Tens. Thibault is doing the old Phil Taylor bite the flights with the nerves.
50.
He will return. Andy Hamilton, was that a plie?
Thibault, you
Was it on the
require
throw there?
20.
2 match darts for Hamilton. Tricole make him pay. One left. Doesn't like the look of it. That was a tell.
Game shot on the fifth
wow.
leg. Thibault
What a dart
Tricole.
from Tricole. Finding tops. An 18 dart break back after Hamilton.
Sixth leg. It's Thibault to throw first.
Missing
Game on.
2 at tops for the match.
And I can give you a little bit of
58.
insight there. When you're throwing for the match against a player that you're having a good game with, a good match with, and you look at that situation when you're just a dart away from coming back to the board, and then all of a sudden you're 501 points behind.
Yeah.
And you've got to start
80.
all over again.
I used to find that in set play. You be in control of a set and you end up losing it. It's not just like winning one leg now, you've got to win 3. And that's always deflating, but that's what it produces so many
100.
great comebacks in set play.
Yeah, and that's obviously something that people have to get used to as well with the World Championship coming up. People talk about the difference with that. I can guarantee you, as someone who's played leg play my whole life, and the only things I've ever played set play with is the World Championships, it's a completely different psychology.
Oh,
83.
Absolutely. And some players just can never get to grips. So you look at James Wade, I mean, he's made a few semi-finals, but a player of James's undoubted
100.
ability and standing in the game, you'd have expected him to make at least one final, or if not win it, to be honest. But yeah, the mentality in set play is totally different. It's the only time I would change my my practice routine going into a Worlds.
77.
About a month before, when I went and practiced with players, I would only play set play.
That's why you find it a bit ludicrous when you see
100.
Josh Rock going in on debut as 18-1.
Wow.
7th favourite, ahead of people like Nathan Aspinall, Rob Cross, Dirk van Duvenbode, Dave Chisnell, Gary Anderson, James Wade.
He's a shorter price than James Wade. Wow.
55. Thibault, you require 143.
Bo Greaves is 200-1. My goodness.
59.
It will be fascinating to see the draw for the World Champs. Grand Slam, of course, gets underway this Saturday. The qualifiers were yesterday. We'll touch on a bit of that
100.
over the course of the day.
Thibault, you require 84.
What's just happened and what's coming up. I do believe the draw for the Grand Slams today at some point, isn't it? Oh.
73. Andy, you require
Opportunity
106.
again for Andy to get this wrapped up. It's a tougher ask than last time. He's going to need a treble. Not that one. He now can no longer finish.
40. Thibault,
So
you
this to
require
take us all
11.
the way. He needs the legs.
Oh, that's a... It was a great guide, but he's having to move.
3. Andy, you require 66.
Double 10 for double 18. Bang in the middle.
Game, shot,
And Andy Hamilton
and the match.
puts the
Andy
hammer down on that
Hamilton.
one. That one is done. Andy Hamilton, 4-2 victory over Thibault Tricole, who said something had to give. Both of them came into this with a perfect record. Andy Hamilton keeps his perfect record going. It is 3 from 3 for the hammer. Thibault Tricole takes defeat for the first time today. Coming up next, we've got Robert Thornton, who's looking to get his day back on track after a couple of defeats. And he's going to be taking on Martin Adams.
Back to the MODUS Super Series, where everybody's getting hammered here on a Monday morning. Sounds good, doesn't it? It certainly is for the man who's dishing out those defeats. Andy Hamilton, perfect so far on day one of Group A. Victory against Thibault Tricole in what was a top-of-the-table tussle. Both players had won both of their opening matches, but it was Andy Hamilton who made it 3 from 3. That crucial 120 checkout in there really put the game in Hamilton's favour, and he went on to get his third win of the morning, looking for a perfect start to the group. Andy Hamilton, Tricole will look to recover from that defeat, and we've got a couple of players coming next who are trying to recover from defeats in the previous round. We'll take a look at that league table before we move into the next match, and there you see Hamilton in P1, Thibault Tricole just behind him, then Adams, Noguera, Thornton and Jackson all tied on 2 points with 1 win from their first 3 matches. So still plenty to play for, but remember, it is just 1 player that goes through to finals night from this group. We'll get into the detail of that as the day goes on, but now it's a big match between 2 legends of the sport, and a milestone match as well for Martin Adams, his 350th game at the Super Series. Robert Thornton, his opponent, is 75 matches behind him, and as I said, both of them are looking to recover from defeats in their previous games. Thornton beaten by Matt Jackson. We see Jackson picking up his first victory of the week here over the Thorn. Big deep breath from Jackson, and then getting the job done at Robert Thornton's expense. And Martin Adams, well, he went down to Jesus Noguera, again getting his first win of the day. A man who's probably producing the best performances in terms of averages so far, but only 1 win. Adams and Thornton have the same amount, and it's 2 players who were in the Seniors World Championship final this year actually. Robert Thornton winning it, and we're getting near that time again. February, the World Seniors Championship takes place at the Circus Tavern. Just a reminder, tickets are available from the same place that you can get tickets for this event on Saturday night, dartshop.tv. And Chris Mason is going to be in that event, so a chance for Mace here to cast his eye over some of the competition. Let's see what he thinks. He's with Matt Edgar in commentary.
Well, I've had a few run-ins with both over the years, with and without some success, it has to be said. But yeah, it's great to see these boys up there, and it was great to see them in the finals of the World Seniors, of course. Something I'm certainly looking forward to. You going to come and pay us a visit, Matt, and maybe do a bit of video footage down there at the tavern?
Yep, I'm going to be there. Going to be hopping down to the World Seniors. Looking forward to it, actually. I've never actually been to the tavern.
Have you not?
Never been, and so really looking forward to doing that. I know when I was growing up, there would be certain things I wouldn't do. Like, I'd never go watch a World Championship live because I was like, I'm going to play in it. So, and I did the same with the UK Open. The UK Open was like, I'm going to play in that, so I'm not going to go watch it. And there were certain events I would never go and watch for that reason.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Never got the opportunity to go to the tavern.
Game on.
It was the opposite. I was inspired to play at the World Match Play after winning a competition in the old darts world for 2 VIP tickets. And I was greeted by Tommy Cox, God rest his soul,
81.
who showed me about, gave me the tour and everything. And I said, well, I'll be in this next year. He went, yeah, of course you will, young man. I'm sure you will. Well, 1996, I think I made my debut. And incredibly, right on the back of this, Steve Beaton made his debut
60.
in 1998. He's just about to play his 32nd consecutive World Championship. Absolutely remarkable.
100.
We were talking about longevity a little earlier. Well, this man has had plenty. These 2, as I mentioned, played in the final
100.
of the World Seniors Championship, Thornton winning 5-1. They also played in the final of the World Seniors Match Play that Robert went on to win. That was a closer affair, 9-7 to Robert. They played in the 2008 BDO World Championship, Martin winning that one 5-4. They played in the Masters 2007, which
100.
Robert Thornton won in the quarterfinals 3-1.
Mentioned about the Grand Slam of Darts coming up. That'll be starting on
135.
Saturday. One of my favourite moments in the Grand Slam of Darts was the year Martin Adams finally decided to take that invitation and go and play in that. That along with one of my other memories from that, Andy Fordham kicking off with a maximum against Adrian Lewis, I believe it was.
Robert, you require
that was brilliant.
85.
That 2007 World Masters that Thornton beat Adams in the
80.
quarters. Robert Thornton,
Martin,
of
you
course,
require 61.
went on to win, defeating Darryl Fitton 7-5 in the final.
Grand
29.
Slam's one of those events,
Robert,
doesn't it?
you
It just goes a
require
little bit of
5.
magic due to the qualifying system and the routes that you can get into it. You get to see different players from different codes and.
Well, we used to, yeah. That was the magic of it. We did have.
Martin, you require
We
32.
did have a couple of events prior to that where they were cross-code events, but the first one to happen on these shores and with some success was the Slam in 2007. And that was when the BDO still had a little
Game
bit of
shot on the first leg.
strength
Martin
and
Adams.
depth, of course. And it was always that intrigue, who was the best, who was better.
Second
Martin,
leg,
of
it's
course,
Martin
did play
to throw
some
first.
PDC events
Game on.
back in the day. Played in the match play. Played in the Grand Prix as well. Why do I think he played in the Grand Prix? Maybe not.
Remember the year he played in the match play, actually, because I was there for that. So he used to go as a season ticket holder.
180.
And he played in the year when they put all those diamonds around the outside of the outer ring.
That's right, on the actual board.
36.
Terrific.
$100.
Concerns here for
85.
Robert Thornton. Did start his day well with a 4-2 win over Jesus Noguera, but then dropped down to a 77 average in his defeat over Andy Hamilton. He then suffered defeat to Matt Jackson. That's Matt Jackson's first 2
100.
points of the day. And he's not looking good in this one.
135. Martin, you
opposite side
require
of that.
121.
Martin Adams is starting to find. We said he can find in spurts. He's
107.
certainly spurting at the moment, if that is a word. If not, Edgar's dictionary has just got another new one today.
85. Martin, you require 14. No score.
Oh, he slipped that next door.
Robert, you require
Robert Thornton.
160.
An opportunity. Paul Nixon a couple of weeks ago was calling that a Goldilocks when it's in the wrong bed.
Like it.
68. Martin, you require
Another
14.
opportunity then for Martin to get this wrapped up. He's only thrown 2 darts at the double.
Game shot on the
It
second
would have
leg.
counted as
Martin Adams.
the 5 essentially. Martin Adams doubles his lead.
Third
He's
leg, it's
halfway
Robert
to
to throw
victory,
first.
confirms the
Game
break
on.
of throw. Robert Thornton needs to start finding something soon.
57.
Yeah, he's getting a bit of a tonking at the moment. He's only had 3 darts and a double. Martin, he's growing in confidence.
140.
Doesn't quite have the tempo that Robert would like, of course.
60.
There are 3 well-thrown darts. Fantastic grouping. Just a fraction too high.
They paid.
140.
Well, this is their 14th meeting in the Super Series Stroke Live League. And it's 9-4 in favour
40.
of Martin. In one of those, he produced an average of 109.09. That was phase 6, week 3, Group A in 2021. It's not bad, is it?
You'll take that
55.
for sure.
He was 65 then.
Bit of a gamble staying on the 20s there. Could have switched to the 19s to leave himself a
99.
finish.
Yeah, but I suppose it would have taken 6 perfect darts from Thornton to win the leg from 3-4-4.
Suppose he could look at it and say, well, he's never going to go for the ball anyway on the 167.
134.
And he's now down to 32 after 12. Sometimes
57.
simplifying a
Martin, you
complicated
required
game
32.
can be an advantage.
Game shot on the third leg. Martin
Much better
Adams.
leg. He's improving in increments of, well, 3 on that occasion. 2
Fourth
on
leg, it's
the
Martin to
previous
throw
leg,
first.
18, 16, 13.
Game on.
The double break of throws in. Needs one of the next 4.
It's interesting you said they're simplifying a complicated situation, because actually with darts what we tend to do is complicate a simple situation.
Yeah.
140.
You see it's, and I understand that a lot of the players, I should imagine at the higher level, you know, they're always thinking, well, he's bound to be on a shot. So they're not even aware of what's going on around them. I mean, for me, when I'm stood back waiting for throws, I'd just sort of check out their score. I'd work out what they've hit and what they've got left, and that would then give me a decision to make on whether I go all out aggressive or it's just a case of laying up or whatever the situation may be at the back end of legs.
Or in some situations, playing a bit of mind games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what I'm fascinated is you see players, experienced players, they'll get to the hockey, they'll throw a dart, and then they'll have a look at the score. And I'm like, well, surely you must know what you got left before you've thrown a dart and what your opponent's on. Because again, that just takes away your not only your concentration, but you know the depth of where the board is in terms of your eyes.
Yeah, one thing I really like doing is the players a little bit further back, like on a 140 or a 150 shot, and you've got to dart the ball, setting up the double, because that just, you might as well just turn around to your opponent, present the ball and say, if you're good enough.
Yeah. Or you're saying to them,
95.
I don't think you're good enough to do it. Which you do as a player, go, oh, you don't think I can do it?
140.
But
Martin,
it's
you
magical.
require
It makes great
111.
TV when it does happen.
That's Keith Della.
Yeah.
That was Robert Thornton's first score of 140 or more in this game. It might be far too late.
95.
That was for 4-0. Which in this format is massive against Thornton.
123. Martin, you require 16.
This is to wrap things up. Full zip, 8-8, 4-4, other side of the board. Gives that a long old look. Shake of the head from Thornton.
Game, shot, and the
it
match.
Is a 17-darter and a solid enough display from Martin Adams. 93.94 the average, 2 180s, 3 140s, 4 out of 11 on the doubles. Up next, Thibault Tricole back in action against Matt Jackson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Matthew Edgar has joined me to discuss what we've seen so far. And another whitewash win for Wolfie in that previous match, but Robert Thornton not really at the races.
No, not at all, and that's not what we expect from Robert Thornton. He's sort of started the day well, and he's just tailed off worse as the day's gone on, and he's not going to feel good after that defeat. But Martin Adams, very, very good in that performance, 93 average.
Kind of all or nothing for him today, isn't it, Martin Adams? Either winning without dropping a leg or losing, and we'll see how that affects the league table. Adams now up to second, level with Thibault Tricole after that really crucial match with Andy Hamilton just a couple of games ago.
I think one thing we can see when we look at that table is that no one's really out of this. Normally, Group A, we sort of start looking at one player who we can look at and go, they're going to start cutting away from the pack either way, but I don't think Andy's played to the level that's going to suggest he's going to run away with this at the very, very top, and certainly down to the bottom, Robert Thornton and Matt Jackson have shown enough to suggest that they're not going to get detached.
Yeah, and Jackson now has a game in hand, of course, over Robert Thornton. He's going to play that game in hand now. He takes on Thibault Tricole. Matt Jackson did beat Robert Thornton earlier today. A nice 74 out here, went on to win. It was a very different Jackson to what we saw in the first two games.
Yeah, just like it took a little bit of time for him to settle in. We've seen in terms of what he's doing on the ADC, he's coming in as their number-ranked player, that he's certainly got enough in the locker to compete.
And Thibault Tricole had the chance here to tie up the top of the table clash against Andy Hamilton, but missed a couple of match darts to do so. This 66 finish was clutch from the hammer, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think Thibault will be disappointed there because that first dart sat lovely on the wire and it looked good to follow in, but these sort of shots from Andy Hamilton here, where those sort of 66, they look quite easy, but if you get that first dart wrong, you're only going to get one dart at the double, so they're quite tricky, so it feels like you're burning a dart.
Yeah, Thibault Tricole would have been top of the table had he managed to go on and win that game. How does he go about responding to that now?
Just got to do what he's been doing. You know, he's been playing really well. The outer ring's probably been his downfall, really. If we look at the second game, he played really well in there. He was in that mid-90 average. 4 from 15 on the doubles, and if you're looking for a clue at where a problem might occur, that was it, and it's shown itself in that third match.
And just a quick word on Matt Jackson before we get into this match. He's representing the ADC here. What we've seen so far, do you think that is a kind of heavy weight on some of the players that they're representing an organisation?
I think it is until someone finds success. Until someone goes and wins a week, for example, everyone's going to want to be the first one to do that. As dart players, we're quite quirky. They put a new dartboard up, you want to be the first player to hit a treble 20 on that board, and I think there's a lot of that going on here. A lot of people want to be the first one to represent the ADC with that success.
Close group, not even going to bother getting a prediction because it is a bit of a coin flip so far in most of the matches. It's Jackson and Tricole. Back to Chris Mason in commentary.
Thank you very much, chaps. Yes, big game for both for differing reasons as we had a look at the table. It is Tricole against Jackson, and following this one, Noguera against Hamilton. Hamilton, the only unbeaten player so far today, but we've got 5 more games to bring you. Tricole, well backed in, 1-3 for this one, 9-4 Matt Jackson. And that will be purely down to the performances so far, of course.
First leg, it's Thibault to throw first. Game on.
No history between the two to look at.
180
from the Frenchman. But Jackson will have to be buoyed
134.
from his performance last time out. And he's had a bit of time to look
55.
at that performance, winning 4-1 against Thornton with a 88-55, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. And last time out, Tricole,
81.
a disappointing performance for him, averaged 84.42, which is some
137.
9 points lower than what his running average was going into that match.
60. Thibault, you require 129.
Temptation there to go the double-double, but he's gone on the 18s.
Well, he went for double 18, but it was almost like a safe single.
Yeah, that's always a tempting shot there to go on the double 16 for tops, because it's just a nice little switch around the
59.
ball.
Yeah,
Thibault, you
if your
require
opponent is on a
40.
finish, but Jackson wasn't on or anywhere near a finish, and I like that adjustment from 57 to 48 for 24. It's all on the left. It's smaller
20.
increments of adjustment.
Matt, you require 167.
Oh, double 19. That would have been
99.
a serious steal.
Thibault, you require 20. Game shot on the first leg. Thibault Tricole.
180 in the leg, 16 dart hold, backing up the favoritism with the odds compilers.
Second leg, it's Matt
Myself
to
and
throw first.
Matt fancied Thibault in this one, didn't we?
Yeah, I was
40.
slightly concerned after his defeat to Andy Hamilton, but and that just made me think that those odds was just a little bit
85.
after that result.
Interesting how narrow the stance is for Matt Jackson. We're going to try and get a better look at that in a moment.
Well, that narrow stance will be why you've got the lift on that balance line.
And the lack of balance. The lack of balance. There we go, look. It's very hard to keep a solid
91
stance when the stance is so narrow.
If we're looking at a sports science sense, that's known as the base of support.
140.
So we'll draw a circle around what is on the floor there, which when he throws the dart is actually the heel of the floor as well.
So
100.
So a very, very small base of support. Now what we've got to do is we've got to take the centre of mass of the player and put that over.
Shut up, Matt, you're boring me. No, go on.
We've got to make sure that that goes inside that base of support. If not, what we're going to do is we're going to start getting some movement, some lift, which is what we're getting here. That lift on the balance line is lifting the shoulder, and it's causing that high and that low.
95.
So that relates to what you picked up earlier, the high and the low on the target area.
Exactly that. So if you was going to be working with Matt Jackson,
70.
you wouldn't be looking
Matt,
first of all at the
90.
sport-specific stuff like the grip, the throw, the release, the follow-through, all these things. You would start at the very, very bottom with that base of support and that foot position.
That's why I only really work with absolute beginners, and I implement the fundamentals and just get all the groundwork in, get everything right, get the
28.
elbow position,
Thibault,
feet position,
25.
head, shoulder. I think that's why it's very hard to work with players who have already got
shot on the second
all
low.
of those bad
Thibault
habits
Tricole.
in the locker, because you're asking them to change so much that's almost ingrained at this point, isn't it?
Third leg, it's Thibault to throw
Yeah, and
first.
then you've got to start
Game
breaking those sort of motor pathways and those connections between the brain and the muscle, because people always use the expression muscle memory. There's no such thing. The muscles do not have the ability to remember things. That's the brain. That's what that's for. So what we've got to do is we've got to build a connection between those two.
60.
It's very unusual to see a player come up on their toes on both feet, if you know what I mean. You can, the trailing leg can sometimes lift. You sometimes see it from
140.
James Wade when he's really struggling. He just starts to climb, but that's pretty much after the dart's thrown. Again, he's trying to adjust things on the fly.
100.
And that purely is down to that very, very narrow base of support. You see here Thibault coming sort of behind the line of the balance with that back leg, but that is compensated because he stands so far over to the right-hand side of the oki, so that will twist and rotate his hips inwards, which, if you notice from that front angle, you'll see that the dart almost comes right out wide. And finally, Matt Jackson's got a 180. I've been waiting for this. I've said earlier on today that he should rebrand himself as Michael with one glove, moonwalking up to the oki to retrieve his darts, for what I'd like to name now the 108 Teehee.
$25. Thibault, you require 68. Game shot on the third leg. Thibault
That's not
Tricole.
bad. That is perfect from Tricole. Said he's tightened up on the outer ring, and he has 3-0 lead. But You know now all
Full flag,
week
it's
you're
Matt
not
to
going to be able
throw
to watch Matt
first.
Jackson throw 180 without being tempted to call in the 108 tee.
140.
Thought you were going to start with Miss Dynamite then.
97.
It was a dynamite moment in the leg for Jackson, but that's about it. 3-0 down, averaging mid-80s.
7.
Really is finding it tough going today. To be
99.
honest, that loss of Thornton to Jackson just planted a seed of doubt
100.
because he then went on and lost 4-0 to Adams. It showed the psychological effect that defeat had.
58.
Well, I did mention that upstairs with Chris Murphy. I don't feel like anyone's cutting away in this pack at the moment, at the top or the bottom. But actually,
45.
when we look at Rob Thornton losing the last game 4-0, Matt Jackson potentially losing this one. Robert Thornton's next game is going to be against Thibault Tricole, who's probably been one of the standout performers
97.
of the day so far. Not just in terms of points, but in terms of levels and consistency.
Yeah, he's still averaging over 90 for the day at the moment, Tricole.
177.
Good thinking there from Jackson to turn down
Thibault
the
required
180 to set himself up on the 32.
60. Matt, you
How's
required
that only
32.
60?
Game
Ooh,
shot on the
finds the
fourth
top corner.
leg. Matt Jackson.
To save his skin in this one. Advantage
Fifth
still
leg, it's Thibault
massively
to
with
throw
Tricole
first.
3-1 up and
Game
has
on.
the darts to wrap things up here.
Even in defeat, though, that could be a big moment for Matt Jackson. You
83.
cannot be losing big early in these events. He's already had a 4-1 defeat to Andy Hamilton, a 4-0 defeat
140.
to Martin Adams. He needs at least 2 legs here, or he's going to start being in danger of being that guy who could get cut adrift.
140.
Well, if he doesn't get cut adrift points-wise, as you said earlier, you just get cut adrift because of the legs difference. It's just too much to make up. There's only 4 legs to be won in a match, and you know how many of these guys is he going to beat 4-0?
125.
Certainly digging deep.
40.
131 is opening
153.
6 darts, but Tricole, after 9, is already on a finish.
Should switch to 18s.
55.
Surprised. Both of them left a 2-darter, but I know what 2-darter I'd rather go at. And it's a ton and not 98, because I don't like the idea of the double
60.
19 and then the
Thibault, you
breakdown
require
and the
98.
possibility of a wasted dart from hitting a single 19.
58. Matt, you require 130.
Another chance to keep this one alive. There's the 60. There's another double 5.
Game
Tremendous
shot on the
from
fifth
Matt
leg.
Jackson.
Matt Jackson.
A 130 out, a 15 darter and a breaker throw. Now he's
Sixth leg, it's
getting
Matt to
himself
throw
back in the
first.
match.
He's
131.
now showing the qualities of why he is top of that order of merit system on the ADC
Yeah, we've
tour.
seen plenty of signs of it
139.
today. He's just not really settled, and we did mention the importance of getting off to a good start.
180.
And unfortunately for Matt, he went down 4-1 to Hamilton with an 83 average, and I think you picked up on it. You
100.
said it, that could just cast doubts over him for the rest of the day and too many negative thoughts, but he's absolutely flying here.
138.
Well, he was potentially on a 10-darter there, had the 54 gone in.
92. Matt, you require 52.
Tops are an 11.
32.
We've seen a 170
Thibault, you
once
require
today. That was by
170.
Jesus Noguera. That was against Thibault Tricole. And a chance there to get his own 170, and that one would have been for the
Matt, you require
match.
20. Game shot on the 6th leg.
Backs up to
Matt
15
Jackson.
with a very solid 14. We have a level game and a one-leg shootout.
7th and final
Well,
leg.
at
It's
one point
Thibault
we
to
were talking
throw
about
first.
the Thibault Tricole 4-0 victory. We're now looking at the possibility of a complete flip around.
99.
Matt Jackson potentially from nowhere picking up the points.
57. $45.
Opportunity. He's knocking at the Matt Jackson door. If he can find another 180, he
140.
could have really put himself in the driving seat there. He's found 2 in this game so far. The only 2 he's found in the day
100.
so far. A much more improved performance.
He's very nearly stolen the darts here.
60.
This is a way to fight back.
177.
Only opted for the switch, which did surprise me, but he found the 177 to leave 80.
100. Thibault, you require 80.
Tops.
60.
Would have been for the match.
you
Matt
require
Jackson
144.
is now throwing for the match, something I never thought I'd be saying in this one.
44. Thibault, you require 20. Game, shots,
And that
the match.
wraps it
Thibault
up.
Tricole.
Thibault Tricole lost his last game against Andy Hamilton, and then the bad vibes was kicking in there at 3-0 up. Matt Jackson started to rattle, started to come at him strong. Played really well to pull it back to 3-3, but Tricole gets over the line in the end with the 4-3 victory and joins Andy Hamilton on 6 points at the top of the table. Andy Hamilton, someone we're going to see next in a very tricky encounter, actually, playing one of the performers of the day so far in Jesus Noguera.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where the action, Matt Jackson almost turned things around in that previous match against Thibault Tricole. He was 3-0 down in it, launched his way back to force a last leg decider, but Tricole got over the line. Matt Jackson with a couple of 180s in that match. I'm not going to go down the Matt Edgar route of that new pronunciation, but it did turn into a thriller. See, Matt, you are not alone in bad puns, so just beat it, will you? But Thibault Tricole beat him in the end, 4-3, an average of 93.67 for the Frenchman to recover from his first defeat of the day in the previous match against Andy Hamilton. Speaking of Hamilton, he is in action next. He takes on Jesus Noguera in a meeting between arguably the two best performers today. Certainly Hamilton is undoubtedly top of the pile, having won all of his matches, but Noguera has averaged more than 90 in all of his, only one win to show for it so far. But we can have a look at his victory against Martin Adams earlier today. Took out 72 in the opening leg and never looked back. That remains a solitary win for him, but he'll be happy to have got off the mark. As for Andy Hamilton, this was a crucial match. The game at the time was between two undefeated players, himself and Tricole, and Hamilton produced some excellent finishing in that one, including this 120 checkout to help himself to a third straight win of the day. So Andy Hamilton, top of the pile and looking to start to move away from the rest of the field. Remember, one place up for grabs at finals night from this group on Saturday. You can be here as well at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. If you can get here for about 10 o'clock when the action starts on Saturday night, then just head to dartshop.tv and you can secure your tickets absolutely free of charge. Will the Hamilton charge continue? We're about to find out now. He takes on Jesus Noguera. Chris Mason and Matt Edgar will describe the action.
Well, I'm not sure about beat it, Murph, because I'm hoping for a thriller, but there's enough Michael Jackson for one day. Was that bad?
Yes. Very, very bad. I thought I lowered the bar, but we've just lowered it even further. Andy Hamilton, someone who's set the bar so far today. 6 points, 3 from 3. He has just been joined at the top by Thibault Tricole, but this is a game in hand for him up against the 32-year-old from Spain, Jesus Noguera. Jesus is probably one of the standout performers of the day, despite losing 91.42 average, 96.38.
First leg, it's Jesus to throw first.
And then
game on.
That bit of a Ackerbuster game when he beat Martin Adams 4-2 with a 94.57. He does have the advantage of throwing this one, and I've been very impressed with what we've seen from him today.
Yeah, same as. Looks a very competent
57.
player. He's had a few 180s, that wonderful 170 out. Took out some clutch finishes, as has this man. They both
58.
have one more to play at the conclusion of this one. Our final 3 matches, and they're all big ones for differing reasons. Tricole against Thornton, Hamilton against Adams, Jackson
81.
against this man, Noguera.
Both tasted the very, very top, the elite of the game, the PDC Pro Tour. Andy Hamilton had a tour card for 11 years.
100.
Jesus Noguera had a tour card for 2 years. That was courtesy of that second place in the Challenge Tour. He actually topped the averages that year on the Challenge Tour with a 91 average.
85.
That's no easy feat. That Challenge Tour is lively. Scott Williams, of course, topping it this year and going on to do enough in other areas to qualify for the Worlds.
We're going to see Scott Williams not only in the World Championship, but also in the Players' Championship finals at Minehead at the end of the month, and also starting on Saturday, the Grand Slam of Darts. We're going to get to see an opportunity to see the Scott Williams trousers quite a lot on the TV screen. If you don't want to know what I am on about, you soon will.
Yeah, and his very unusual style.
93.
He really does have his own unique way of
Life.
finishing matches and how he breaks the game down early. He sees the game very early.
41. And he
In
requires
terms
70.
of setup play.
But this was a banana skin.
54.
Andy Hamilton.
Jesus, you require
Doesn't seem to be slipping on it
137.
too much at the moment. He's left himself 16 for a break, unless Jesus could have.
He lives in the mountains of
59.
Alicante, and he left himself
And
a
he
mountain
requires
to climb
60.
there on 137. Oh, wow. He does want double 8. Double 16.
Game shot on the first
And he
leg.
rights the wrongs.
Andy Hamilton.
It is a 17 dart break.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first.
He was
Game
4
on.
to 5 to win this one, just before the off. Noguera 10 to 11, so a real pick'em.
I'm trying to think why Alicante rings a bell. Is that
96.
the big airport going into Spain? Is that where you get most of your connections?
Yeah, it's sort of like the, I suppose, traditionally Alicante, you'd think of Benidorm, wouldn't you?
100.
I'll be wired now, because we used to have our January Pro Tour over in Benidorm, didn't we?
Yeah.
That was quite a nice trip.
I did a couple of shows out there, but I don't think I
95.
went there. I don't think the Pro Tour was in Benidorm when I was playing, but I did a couple of shows out there a few years ago, myself, Taylor, and James Wade. Enjoyable. Week in the sun.
180.
It was a 180 for a break of throw for Andy in leg 1. Zeus responds with a max against the throw in leg 2.
85.
Any holidays planned for next year, mate?
140.
Not fully yet, but I believe we are going to be going over to New York at some point.
Oh, very nice. Like a bit of New York myself.
A bit of a tour being put on out there. We'll going out there with Danny Baggish.
Oh, doing a few shows.
58.
Gonna go do some
Oh,
shows,
nice.
yeah.
Jesus, you require
New York's a bit of a
81.
bucket list location, so we'll be going
Absolutely.
through
It's
there.
Madison Square Garden, Grand Central Station. Well, he's
41.
doing what we were talking about earlier and saying,
And you require
you can't take out
167.
I always say in my head, if you're good, he's looking at him and he's glaring and he's going, if you're good enough, Andy. Oh. He knows what he's done. He's looking at him. He's glaring. Is he going to get dellared?
Game shot on the
Andy
second
Hamilton
leg. Andy Hamilton
sees out the 167. Jesus Noguera gave him the chance. He teed it up. He knew what he did. He was staring him down. And Andy
Third
Hamilton
leg, it's Jesus to
finds
throw first.
perfection. Treble
Game on.
20, treble 19, the ball. Well, I suppose if you're going to play with fire, sometimes you are going to get burnt.
oh, he got caught with his fingers
121.
in the jar there. And that response from Andy was more of the, how dare you? How dare you suggest I can't do 167? Now he's just got to deal with the adrenaline surge.
62.
It will be pumping. It will be coursing through the veins right now.
$60.
They'll be looking to bring the hammer down on this one. We said no one's running away with it. Andy Hamilton wins this game. He'll be 4 from
40.
4. That'll move him to 8 points, but the leg difference could start coming into play pretty soon for Andy Hamilton. He's had a 4-1 win against Matt Jackson. 4-2 against Robert Thornton, who's also gone on to lose quite heavy. He had a 4-2 against Thibault Tricole, who only won quite small in his last game with Matt Jackson. So if Andy Hamilton can get a bit of a large win here, sort of like 4-1, we could start to see him cutting away a little bit.
And he has
89.
Martin Adams in his final match, our penultimate game of the session. And, well, I have to say, Martin in his last couple of games has played much, much better, averaging 90 and
40.
94. So you can't see Andy railroading Wolfie in that one. And he's still got work to do in this one. Love it. A 140 minimum here, because that'll leave... Oh, cancel that.
81.
He'll be disappointed with that for two reasons. One, because it was a poor dart, and two, because that first dart was so good.
Dreamy, wasn't it? So inviting.
123.
Recovery. It's all about Noguera just getting a chalk on the board and feeling like he's in the match. Averages wise, little between them. 87 for Noguera, 86. But that's a scoring average for Noguera, which is alarming
59.
because he's not had a dart.
Jesus requires
Had a double.
76. Game shot on the
I
third
feel
leg.
it's a game of
Jesus
players
Noguera.
landing jabs. And that is quite a good jab there from Noguera. And the reason I mention that
Fourth
is
leg, it's Andy
if we
to
look at
throw
the column
first.
between the
Game on.
140s and the 180s, there's not much in terms of the power scoring here, especially from Andy, who despite being in the lead here...
And one of that, sorry, Matt, one of them scores, of course, is the 167 out.
Yeah, one of them was that finish. And only 3 scores of 100 or more make that 4. But that's enough to restrict Jesus to just having his first start at the double as part of that 76 combination.
$100.
One is in the balance. Advantage still with Hamilton due to the breaker throw in leg 1.
180.
That was the dart like that last one when we said he would have been disappointed. That was sat in there, and that's what he does. Put another one alongside it, build that wall. This could be the perfect reaction. This one is warming up. We said no one's landing the big blows. It's all about the jabs. And then they've both come out windmilling.
$85.
Again, another loose one. Can he back up for Max? No is the answer, although follows it. Some lovely adjustment.
95.
I know which
Andy
finish I'd rather
required
be going at.
136.
Yeah, well, that benefit of the treble 5 makes this a much easier shot for Jesus. He will get a go. So he needs 4 19s.
41.
A shot at the ball.
Jesus required 126.
6 19s will give him the 6s. Means he's going to need at least 1 treble with these first 2 darts. Andy Hamilton didn't make too
58.
much damage.
Andy
Last throw,
required
41 points.
95.
Will he go ball? He should be going ball. Now he has to go double.
57.
So not many people like the bottom of the
Jesus
board, the
requires
19s, the 3s, the
68.
17s. Andy nearly got it twice. One of them shots that I said to Chris Murphy are awkward, those 66s, 68. They seem easier in terms of the actual numbers. He's only getting this 1 dart at the double.
36.
He's a long way wide.
Yeah, not even close.
Andy required 38.
6 for double 16. He's had a... He don't know, so I've got no chance. Ooh.
22.
Well, the double three, of course, would have meant no finish.
Jesus, you require
I
32.
find it interesting that he took a lot of time to ponder. The fact he chose to go for 2 double 19s and then wasn't even sure whether to go for 1.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jesus Noguera.
That gets us right back to where we started. Level game and on the Jesus Noguera throw.
Fifth
Yeah,
leg,
it's
it's
the
Jesus to
break
throw
back.
first. Game on.
The average for Hamilton has dropped right off, as you can see, down to 83.91. Noguera maintaining that 87 average, which is where he was prior to even having
100.
a dart at a double after 2 and a bit legs.
This was billed as a bit of a banana skin for table-topping Andy Hamilton, and the last couple of legs he's been slipping.
76.
Yep, there's a few too many slack darts at the moment. I'm not sure whether that's either concentration, technique, or fatigue.
140.
Oh, again with the banana, the opportunity of splitting came in the last one, which still unsure of the
7.
thought pattern that was going on there for Andy.
Yeah, I think if you're going to go double-double, I think on 76, I'd rather go double 18 tops, personally. They're far more
100.
familiar doubles.
Especially if you get to that situation where you hit one like he did and you miss the second one, and then you're not happy to go for the 19.
No. You don't have the confidence to go, you know, he eventually went for it and attacked
Jesus, you
it.
require
But
161.
there was a lot of, he was indecisive. And that's never a good thing in this sport. You've got to be decisive. You've got to know what you're doing and attack. Either attacking the big single number to leave you a preferred double.
It looks like
60.
these legs for
Jesus, you require 101.
Jesus are going to start bunching. I think I've run out of banana references now. Sure, Chris
49.
Murphy's going to have about 10 more in his repertoire than I can come up with. But Jesus is 240 points ahead. And that's because of these darts from Andy Hamilton. He had the 7, he had the 66 where he lost the line twice.
90.
He's chasing around the
Jesus, you
board.
require 52.
He could be about to go from 2-0 up to 3-2 down.
Yeah, this is for 3 on the spin. Double 10, no pressure.
32. $42. Jesus, you require 20. Game shot on the
This is
fifth
starting
leg.
to put
Jesus
Andy
Noguera.
Hamilton's position at the top of the tree. Serious doubt.
Sixth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Well, the pressure is completely transferred. 2-0 up
58.
and cruising. The wheels have just completely come off.
100.
Has just continued to slide, hasn't it? It's just
Progressively.
$58. $100.
just looking through his Challenge Tour runs and seniors events and things, seeing if we can get a pattern as the day goes on, that the performance drops, and there's nothing there to suggest that this is any sort of pattern for Andy Hamilton. It's just one of those things on that given day.
Yeah.
100.
And he's won a challenge tour, which is the, what's that, 7 matches, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's over a longer course and distance.
Well, actually, in that challenge tour, when he actually
43.
improved as the day went on, so he got a win against Marco Custas, 78 average, beat Sergio with an 83, beat Kevin Van Veen with an 89, Shane McGurk. He got to quarterfinals, beat Danny Van Tripp 93, Lee Budgeon 96. So he's actually getting stronger as the day went.
He's right up against it here.
44.
That's not enough.
Jesus requires 71.
39-32 or 51 for double 10. There's the 51.
Game,
and
shot,
the double 5, a 15 darter for Noguera, and completes the comeback. 2-0 down, reels off 4 on the spin. An average, a very respectable 87.52, 2-1-8s, 2-1-4s. Highlight for Andy in there, that 1-6-7 finish. Well, up next is the start of our final 3 matches of this session, and it is Thibault Tricole against Robert Thornton.
So a first defeat here at the MODUS Super Series this week for Andy Hamilton, the Hammer, beaten by Spain's Jesus Noguera, who had been playing some good darts today, maybe not getting the results that his performance has merited, but he did get the 2 points in that one against Hamilton. We'll take a little look at the stats for it in Hamilton. Yeah, as Chris and Matt said, just seemed to regress as that game went on. It was all looking so good when he took out that fabulous 1-6-7. That after Jesus had declined a dart at the bullseye, and the roar could be heard somewhere in Southampton from our live lounge here in Portsmouth from Hamilton after that one. But Noguera didn't look back from there, won the next 4 legs, picked up his second victory of the day. And as Matthew Edgar said before the game, it did prove to be a banana skin, did it, for Andy Hamilton? Now, I'm not going to get into that challenge of Matthew Edgar and the banana puns. I don't find that one very appealing, if I'm honest. But we'll move on quickly to the next game now as Thibault Tricole takes on Robert Thornton himself with just one win so far today. The Thorn maybe feeling that he needs to sign off with a victory in this, his last game of the day. Tricole faring rather better, and we'll see that by looking at the league table. We'll see actually, first of all, him getting a win against Matt Jackson, because Tricole was 3-0 up in that match. Jackson came racing back. It could have been different, but Tricole got over the line in the end. And now we'll look at the table where Thibault Tricole is right level with Andy Hamilton. Everybody so far in that league table have found their homes under the hammer, but that might be about to change. If Tricole can win this final match of the day, he will be top of the pile before Hamilton plays his last one. So it is Scotland's Robert Thornton looking to kind of rescue his campaign early on against Thibault Tricole, looking to go top of the table.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, this has now become a massive game for Robert Thornton. If you'd have said that to me this morning after he had just beaten Noguera 4-2, I'd have been massively surprised.
He's in danger now, though, of getting cut away a little bit. Now Noguera's got 2 wins on the board. He's gone up to 4 points. He's got to get a victory here because the legs are not in his favour. I think if he loses this, he could potentially be out of the running for Group A.
He's on -7 already after one day. Like I say, this has now become a must-win match.
First leg, it's Thibault to throw first. Game on.
And I know every single game's different, but what we've seen from Robert Thornton in the last couple of games doesn't really suggest too many positive vibes that he's going to get the result he needs.
No, it doesn't bode well, does it? When you look last time out, it was a 4-0 defeat with a 7-9 average to Martin Adams.
81.
And prior to that, it was a 4-1 defeat to Matt Jackson, who at that point had not won a game all day.
That still is his only win of the game
55.
so far today. So, Robert Thornton with work to do.
59.
Our penultimate matchup next is Andy Hamilton against Martin Adams, and then it will be Jackson against Noguera.
95.
Opportunity to climb onto 6 points, which is after day
55.
1, 4 points minimum really, but 6 points puts you in a good spot going into day 2, where you'd expect to perform better and then be somewhere near
45.
your best by the time the third day comes on, because you'll pretty much know. You know, always say you can't win it on day 1.
99.
You can certainly lose it in terms of topping the table.
$48.
Well, he's using plenty of the board.
One thing you don't want to do is feel like you're chasing, whether that's chasing
70.
points, chasing
Thibault
legs, chasing shots,
118.
or chasing form.
Yeah.
Which might be where Robert Thornton feels he is at the moment.
Agreed.
Because he doesn't look happy with his game.
58. Robert, you require 137.
Start on 18s, man?
No, I stay on the 20s. Because you get the treble 18.
41.
Your likelihood you're going to go 14 for the ball.
60.
Yeah. Or you've got to hit another treble.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, it wasn't
Thibault
pretty.
Tricole.
It is a hold to throw in 21 darts for Thibault Tricole.
One good thing about that
Second
camera
leg,
angle
it's
is
Robert
it just
to throw
shown
first.
you how
Game
little
on.
amount of room he had due to the flights. And he really had to force that dart through to get it into that gap. And that was a very, very good dart from Tricole.
100.
You see it sometimes, and people who may not play a lot remark and go, oh, that was a badly through. It went miles over, because sometimes you're in a situation where you have to try and force the dart
85.
through. And if you get it slightly wrong, it can make you look stupid because you'll go sort of, because you're throwing it that hard, you can often find yourself going 2 inches above the target.
Yeah, it just takes off, doesn't it? If like just release it slightly, or even release it on that exact same point, because you're going to put a bit more force into it. Sometimes you're going to go past the normal point of release, or else it's just going to go up.
Yeah, it's going to climb. Unless, of course, it does what you want it to do and it clatters against the dart and forces its way through.
65.
When you're not feeling good, that happens a lot. Get that bounce out, or something just seems to go wrong for you, just compounds the misery.
60.
Normally when that happens to you, your opponent comes up and slaps in a 140 or a max, just to make you feel even worse. Tricole didn't do that on this instant.
59.
Didn't do it on this instance yet. Yet.
140.
There's the 140. Puts him on a finish, the 157. We saw
well called.
Similar go in the last, the 167 by the hammer, but that was needing the ball. The 157 doesn't need the ball. 157 would be tops if he can get the two trebles.
100. Robert, you require 96.
This would be a good way to get him going tops for the double-double.
56.
When Robert Thornton's playing well, Robert Thornton hits
Thibault,
tops
you require
every time.
57.
He makes things happen, doesn't he, when he's on it. Oh.
Game shot on the
rescued
second
the
leg.
situation
Thibault
very,
Tricole.
very well. And it is a better leg, but more importantly for Tricole, it's a breaker throw. And again,
third leg, it's Thibault to
compounding
throw
the
first.
misery of the legs difference. If he gets done full one here, for example, he's going to be on -10 overnight.
What do we say about when things are going wrong? You get that bounce out, your opponent hits that shot.
140.
Exactly that situation again there. He misses the single number. You think, hello.
Hello. I'm going to get a chance here.
Got a shot. He's only going to get one dart. And of course it goes in.
47. $81.
Win for Tricole here would put him top of the table. Obviously, Andy Hamilton will have a say in that. He'll have a game in hand. He's got Martin Adams. That game's coming up next. I think that game's
55.
a game full of question marks, actually. I don't think I'd like to make a prediction or a call in that one.
No,
95.
Thornton here was an opportunity to get a very, very important break back.
96.
And your last game of the day, Matt Jackson versus Jesus Noguera, who's finishing the day strong. And actually,
140.
with Jesus going in that position last, if he can do the double over Matt Jackson, all of a sudden, after losing his first 3 games, he chucks himself right into the mixer.
50. Thibault, you require 96.
A terrible number of 79. And he's going to get a go.
56. Robert, you require 79.
Didn't like the line on that. Felt he had to move. More of a
Thibault, you
blocker.
require 40.
Tried to go over the top and just caught the flight. Gives Thibault the opportunity to confirm that break.
No score.
Oh dear.
Robert, you require 20.
Didn't see that
Game
coming.
shot on the third leg.
Thornton steps
Robert
in.
Thornton.
Says, thank you very much. I'll have a bit of that. A 19 dart. Break back.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game
That's
on.
one that's really got away there for Tricole. Should be 3-0 up and very, very comfortable.
77.
He's got a bit of a loose
77.
stem. See the full extension of Robert Thornton pointing at the target.
135.
On release, well adjusted, Courstefine. He was 3/4 of the way through the 180 court before realizing it was in treble 5, not treble 20. Rescued well.
Again, when we go back to his annual records, I picked up on it at the very start of the day for Robert Thornton, saying that his win percentage this year in 2022 is the best win percentage he has had over any year of his professional career. You wouldn't have expected him to come here and be propping up the table.
No, that's for sure. Even though he's obviously, and with all due respect,
100.
playing at a much lower level in the Challenge Tour. However, you still have to win those games.
57. Robert, you require 144.
He has, of course, played a fair few matches on the Pro Tour, hasn't he, throughout that period?
Yep,
98.
Mostly have been
Thibault, you require 167.
He actually had a good year on the Pro Tour.
97.
Yes, he did.
Robert, you require
He had
46.
some good runs. I do recall a quarter-final run at one of them.
28. Thibault, you require 70.
I think with that as well, we see quite a lot where when players lose the cards, they actually come back better because they don't have that worry of the defending.
38.
To play with a little bit more freedom.
Robert, you require 18.
I think the flag bearer of that would be Roby John Rodriguez.
12.
For sure.
Thibault, you require 32. Game shot on the fourth
It's not
leg.
pretty.
Thibault Tricole.
It's scrappy, but it's looking like Tricole going to get the points.
Fifth leg,
Yeah,
it's
he
Thibault to throw
re-establishes that.
first. Game on.
Two-leg cushion. And to add to more misery, he has the darts here for Thornton.
140.
Kicks with a 140.
180.
This time Charlie gets to complete the call. Because all three are actually in the treble 20.
140.
He calls it again. Robert Thornton is on the 9, something he has done 3 times in his career, something he has done on the double start, double finish format, something that's only happened by 3 players. Robert Thornton,
60.
James
Robert,
Wade, Brendan Dolan. He won't be doing the 9 in this one.
45.
But
Thibault,
the
you
most
require
important thing that he can do is break the
161.
throw and keep himself in with a chance of the points.
Yep. And he's going to get a go at the 96. Should be ball.
65.
He leaves himself
Robert, you require 96.
First dibs for Thornton. Double 18 for tops. He'll stay there.
56. Thibault, you require 96.
Match shots. When you get match darts, you get 1. And that's all he
Game,
needs.
shot, and the match.
Thibault Tricole
Thibault
wraps it up with a
Tricole.
96 finish. It was a little bit scrappy and messy in places, but he's not going to care. He's got the 2 points on the board, and most importantly, 3 more legs on the board, and that's another one in the -3 column for Robert Thornton, who will spend the evening propping up the rest of the table. But how will the top of the table end? Thibault Tricole's put his bid in to end at the top of the table. Andy Hamilton has a game in hand. That one is coming next against Martin Adams.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where Thibault Tricole has just taken another step towards being the top dog in Group A. The Frenchman winning 4-1 against Robert Thornton, who's had a torrid start to life in Group A. He ends the day with just one victory, and double trouble reoccurring for Robert in that one. Tricole didn't play anywhere near his best in that one either, but didn't have to, securing that 4-1 success that sees him move to the top of the table. And we can take a look at the standings now, going into the last couple of matches in this group. Tricole winning 4 out of his 5 matches. Andy Hamilton will be looking to do the same when he takes on third place Martin Adams next. So Adams, if he can win, will join Hamilton on 6 points. Jesus Noguera and Matt Jackson are in action in the final match of this opening session of the week. So Martin Adams, well, he is one of the men who inflicted a heavy defeat on Robert Thornton. He beat him 4-0 earlier today. Adams getting over the line with one of 2 whitewash wins. In fact, both of Martin Adams's victories today have come without the loss of a leg. And Andy Hamilton won his first 3 matches of the day, and then the first 2 legs against Jesus Noguera in his last one. The second one in brilliant fashion. Noguera in this leg had just declined to go for the bullseye, and Andy Hamilton made him pay by pinning it himself for a fabulous 1-6-7, an almighty roar in celebration. But that was to be as good as it got in that game for Hamilton. He went on to lose it 4-2 and is now looking to recover to rejoin Thibault Tricole at the top of the league. Let's see if Hamilton can do it or whether Wolfie can draw level with him on 6 points. Chris Mason and Matt Edgar are waiting to talk you through it.
Big game, this one at the top of the table for Andy Hamilton. Going into a day 2, this is the last time we'll see these players play today. They will be back tomorrow, and then we'll have it all in reverse order. So this will be your first fixture tomorrow. Andy Hamilton currently just been knocked off the top place now by Thibault. But that's a game in hand in favour of Andy. He has played well today, but the concern is the last game. Lost 4-2 to Jesus Noguera, but didn't really produce much in that.
He lost 4 on the spin, didn't he? He led 2-0 and looked to $1 million taking out the 1-6-7.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Capitulated.
Game on.
So he's got to put that right here. It's someone that won't give him too much, that's for sure.
We have a look at the odds at the start of the day, and then we see if there's any changes throughout the day
100.
on those. And not really much of an indication in terms of a clue in terms of the odds and the market moves.
No, I think you said they were 5 to 6 each of 2 before the odds. Well, it's 4 to 5, 10 to 11. So still remains very much a pick'em game. And by my
60.
reckoning, I'm not sure whether you can find anything. I can't find any record of these two playing in 15 years, 2007 at the World Darts Trophy, a quarter-finals.
39.
Andy Hamilton won 5 sets to 4. Both players averaging just shy of 95. Good numbers back then. Good numbers now.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at the numbers,
140.
you're going to suggest anything here, you'd suggest we're not going to see too many of the maximum numbers, sort of the under 2.5. Looks good on the 180 play. Only twice has that gone. There's 3 times that has gone over today.
Yep, from
92.
13 matches previous. These two are getting the odd 1. Martin did have 2 last time out, but
100.
Andy didn't hit 1 in his opening match. Hit 2 in his second match. Didn't hit 1 in his third.
83.
Don't believe he hit 1 in his fourth.
Strengthens the play on the unders.
Yep. Well, it's slightly,
121.
well, it's around 5 to 6, the unders. And Adams is looking to break in the opening leg.
100.
Really
Martin, you
does set your stall
require
out, doesn't it?
80.
Getting that early break. Oh, trouble 13. Tops.
60. And you require 87.
Well, an opportunity Andy Hamilton wouldn't have expected. Well, it's one he might be taking. This leg was all about Martin Adams.
69.
And it might end
Martin, you require 20.
all about Martin Adams. Unexpected opportunity for the hammer.
Game shot on the first leg. Martin Adams.
He was not able to take it, and Martin Adams was. And it looked like he was going to break the throw all the way through there.
Yep.
Second
He
leg,
had a
it's
little
Martin
wobble
to
at the
throw
end, but
first.
eventually got
Game
over
on.
the line. The breaker throw is now confirmed.
Yeah, well, he had to break through at some point to win the match, and he's done it in the opening leg of the match.
55. $140.
It's one of the things with the big barrels. They often slide or bounce away from where they're currently sat in the board, and
Especially that shape.
there's not a lot of wiggle room on the dart.
83.
It looks quite big when we zoomed in with the camera here, but not a very big segment.
Well, that shape is lovely for grip, but the actual shape, you would think that if a dart got close to it, would push it away,
100.
very much like we've seen with the final dart there. But he's stolen the darts.
$140.
Good reaction from Martin Adams. So this game's got questions, but both of them answering them so far, running around the 90 mark.
Yep. Our final match after this one. Mark Jackson against Noguera.
100.
Noguera with an opportunity to move on to 6 points. Could Mark Jackson get on to 4 points? 4 points for me on day one is the minimum.
100. And you require 161.
But it's a big ask being impressed with Noguera today. They priced it up 5 to 4 Jackson, 4 to 7 for Jesus.
97. Martin, you require 123.
Jesus was 8 to 11 this morning, even money Jackson.
Button.
Game shot on the second leg. Martin Adams.
Fantastic finish there from Martin Adams. 1, 2, 3 on the ball. Andy Hamilton took a shot out on the ball in the very last game. That was the 167.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw
And
first.
Jesus offered him up
Game
the
on.
opportunity. He said, thank you very much.
Well, the indications have been there from Adams, haven't they, in the last couple of matches? He's won one of them, but lost the other. But it was a 4-0 win over Thornton with a 94 average.
60.
Did go down to Noguera, who averaged 94.57. Adams losing 4-2 at 2-1-8 is 2 from 5 on the doubles and averaged exactly 90.
Well, Chris Murphy picked up on it
45.
in the link over, and he says Martin Adams has won 2 games today. Both have been 4-0. 4-0 against Matt Jackson, 4-0 against Robert Thornton. The other 2 games he has lost. So any time Martin Adams loses a leg, he's lost the game.
95.
So he's either going to win 4-0 or lose 4-2, 4-3.
81.
Again, as you coined it, the Spider-Man.
$38.
What does he shoot when he does that? In Spider-Man, is it?
Web, isn't it?
It's a web, yeah.
100.
Thought you'd be a fan of Spider-Man, Chris.
Funny enough, I don't watch cartoons.
You get that quite a bit now. Like there's like the younger generation. Say the younger generation makes me feel old, but like people in their early 20s now watch what can only be described as adult cartoons, which is this anime
100.
stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
And they sit there in what I call an adult baby grow, which is their onesies.
You got one of them, haven't you?
I haven't got a onesie, no.
Have you not?
No, I haven't got one.
Why not?
Although I did see one which was a Mighty Morphin Power Rangers one, which I thought I wouldn't mind a bit of that.
105.
I thought you'd be all over a onesie.
Adult baby grows, not for me. This is good.
Options. Treble 16. It looks like.
136.
Seen one
Martin
today, haven't we?
required 170.
Seen some very big finishes. We've seen the 167 from Andy Hamilton. We've seen the very biggest, the 170. Jesus Noguera. Martin Adams doesn't even give us a tease.
Well, Murph did send me
98.
a
And he
stat
requires
relating
72.
to big finishes from Martin.
Gives himself 2. Can be 12s.
Game shot on the
He gets
third
over the line. and
Andy Hamilton.
Martin Adams either wins 4-0 or he loses, is what the stats say. We'll see if that continues.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on. $140.
I look good for the first max of this game. We did say we like the unders. We are coming up probably the halfway point of the game.
Well, this is a surprising stat for you relating to Martin Adams.
96.
He's not hit a 161, 164, 167 or 170 finish in almost 350 matches.
That is something you
I'm
wouldn't
amazed
expect.
by that.
Yeah, very surprising.
60.
If that came from any other source, I'd be questioning it, but Murph's the man.
$100.
This one now finally in the balance. Plenty riding on it for both. We come to the conclusion
97.
of the opening day. Series 2, Week 3, Group A. You sleep so much better overnight when you're right in the mix.
134.
Martin Adams wins this. This will put lots of ingredients in the mix.
Well, it was obviously not a wasp. But he got the fly. Like out of a Bruce Lee movie, that.
I suppose that's the thing with
Well,
this
maybe
round
he should have caught
49.
him in his spider's web.
Maybe that's what he was doing with that hand motion.
$35. Martin, you require 155.
Said he hasn't got one of those really big finishes. This will be big enough right now.
117.
For a 155.
And you require
Would have been for a
136.
3-1 lead. He'll be expecting to come back at that 38, but so was Jesus Noguera expecting to come back when he left the hammer on a 167.
He hammered it in.
58. Martin, you require 38.
Straight on it. Now it becomes awkward.
Game shot on the
super
fourth
adjustment.
leg. Martin Adams.
It is Martin who re-establishes that cushion of 2.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw
Leads
first.
3-1, averaging
Game on.
over 90. Rotating the shoulder there,
59.
Martin. He's had some problems with that over the years. The amount of darts he's thrown, it's probably just worn out.
$140.
Still waiting on the first max, but that is the 4th score. 140 or more for Martin Adams. Only Hamilton only got the 1 so far. And that's probably why the scoreline's different. 3 big power scoring visits like
96.
that makes a big difference.
Gets you down to that all-important double a little quicker. Still absolutely rock solid. Nothing wrong with that at all.
45.
As he hits a 5, thanks Martin. Again, it was that rotation in the wrist that calls the 5.
57.
A few tired darts being thrown here, I think,
Yeah.
at the minute.
Yeah, there's a little bit of fatigue involved. Here comes the max.
180.
That is the first of the game. Bumps the Adams average up to 94. But what it has done is give him a massive opportunity to get this wrapped up here. 136 to go.
6 darts
136.
at it. All about teeing this up. Single 16. Tops after 12.
96.
Lovely.
That's the ideal when you're playing against the throw, isn't it? Forces your opponent to think 15. 15, the 100 average. Not something you want to be chasing. That's good. It's the max we said earlier. Andy Hamilton hitting the max to leave the shot when your opponent's on a finish. Will it pay off? Nowhere near.
30.
And again, nowhere near for Martin Adams.
Andy requires 66.
Andy Hamilton, he took one of these earlier on. One of these sort of mid-60 shots where they're vital.
It was the 180 that created the opportunity. Just in. 32 left.
$34. Martin, you require 10.
It's not a nice double, is it?
Is he feeling Sinatra?
Game, shots,
The end
and the
is
match.
near. The end is
Martin
here.
Adams.
It is a victory for Martin Adams. He gets his first victory on the board where he actually loses a leg, but that is a good turnaround that for Martin Adams. 3 victories today, 4-0 victory in his opening game against Matt Jackson. He had a 4-0 victory against Robert Thornton and a 4-1 victory against Andy Hamilton. That puts him in a good position. He's got 6 points. He's got some good legs. He'll be happy going into day 2. Who's going to be happy going into day 2 out of our last game? We've got Matt Jackson and probably the performer of the day so far, Jesus Noguera.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where I'm joined by Thibault Tricole. I'm going to have a chat with Thibault in a second, but first a quick reflection on that last match. Martin Adams getting the better of Andy Hamilton, 4-1. Hamilton won his first 3 games, but has lost his last 2. And that has helped Thibault Tricole to end the day top of the table. We'll take a look at that league table in a moment, but it makes good reading for you, and it's a good day for you so far, Thibault.
Yeah, I think so. It's my best start in MODUS League, so yeah, it's not bad. With when you look at the table, yeah, with legend of the arts like Martin, Andy, and Robert. Yeah, it's crazy, but wow, it's long week, so it's just the first of 3 good days. Yeah.
What did you think when you saw that group? Because when we all saw it, Martin Adams, Robert Thornton, yourself, all in the same group, it's really interesting.
No, I have the experience of MODUS League, but until now, I never play my game the first 3 days. And the last weekend, I was in player championships, so I continue the competition for me, so I less pressure than the weekend before. Yes.
Yeah, you've had a great year as well, haven't you? The WDF World Championship final, winning a Challenge Tour event as well, and followed by a fellow Frenchman as well in Jack. So how important do you think this year has been, not just for yourself, but for darts in France?
Yeah, it's a good first step, but I think so. It's not nothing. Yes, good result, but not so important for me. We need, sadly, in France, we need more and more to prove darts exist. It's a good first step. Jack follow me. Jack, you play well, more and more, so it's good for us. But we need more and win more. We need a qualification for the PDC World Championships. I think so. We'll see.
Yeah, well, plenty of darts to be seen from this man here. Some brilliant stuff today. Well done. We'll let you go and prepare for tomorrow. But you can watch it whether you're in France or anywhere in the world live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. One more match still to come here today. It is Matt Jackson against Spain's Jesus Noguera. This man will be back tomorrow.
The bookies have made their move on this game, going with Jesus Noguera. And that is on the back of what we've seen today. It's been a complete contrast, really, from the two. Matt Jackson came into this with quite a lot of hope, being number one in the ADC ranking system, and all those titles he's managed to pick up throughout the year, but hasn't produced his best here yet. He did have that good victory over Robert Thornton, 4-1 earlier on today, but this game for me is all about Jesus. Jesus didn't start the day in terms of victories very well. Lost to Robert Thornton and Thibault Tricole 4-2, but was certainly putting in good levels of performance. That was around about a 94
first
average for those
Matt
two
to
games.
throw first. Game on.
He did manage to get over the line against Martin Adams. That was his first points. That was a 94. Kept that sort of standard going, and then a 4-2 victory against Andy Hamilton where he reeled off 4 legs back to back to back to back, and comes into this actually playing himself into a position where he could be just a couple of points away from Thibault Tricole at the top of the table.
Yep, absolutely.
99.
I think it's imperative that Jackson gets the win here, because we'll be facing this man first on tomorrow. And as we know, Matt got off to a sticky start this morning, where Noguera, although in defeat, did average 91.5. More evidence of the importance
100.
for Matt getting off to a good start there with the max.
Well, the thing is, if these two continue to play to type of in terms of what we've seen, there's a chance here that Jesus could literally swamp the
15.
pack, because this will be the opening game tomorrow, and Jesus will have the advantage of throwing that game tomorrow morning.
Correct.
47.
Before Andy Hamilton, Martin Adams and Tricole, who are the current people in that mixing bowl, looking at the cake of Group A. Jesus has got 2 games. He's got this one, and then will open the day. So could be getting 4 points on the board. Well, there's 4 points up for grabs anyway, that's for sure.
58.
Kind of the advantage of going last, isn't it? You get the opportunity to emerge from the chasing pack.
121. Matt, you require 78. $58. Jesus, you require 59.
Back to the board with 3 darts in hand at the double. We hit the 1 winner last dart, so he's got to burn a dart at the 19s. He only gets 2 darts at the tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, not for the first time today. Holds it all together and finds the double with the final dart in hand. And there is nothing
second
more
leg, it's Jesus to
frustrating than being on the end of that. Especially after blowing an opportunity. I think he's just played well within himself
23.
Today.
He's very composed, very in control of everything. He's putting a very good performance.
140.
Average for the day over the 90 mark. If you do that, you're going to be winning groups.
Absolutely.
134. 100.
A very unusual dart, that Matt Jackson one, wasn't it? And I'd like to know the the story. I'll see if I can dig that one out for you for tomorrow.
140.
Because most of the time, people who have these quirky darts, there's a story attached to them. You don't go in your shop one day and go, "Oh, I'll have them ones, please."
They're a
63.
very old-fashioned looking dart, aren't they?
And they sort of taper into the stem.
Yeah, which I understand because that gives you something to throw against, doesn't it? But they're
81.
just very big. They obviously work, otherwise you wouldn't win. You wouldn't win 30 opens in a season if they didn't work.
98. Jesus should require 123.
They suit him.
So the 1, 2, 3 go out in the last game. Actually, it was Martin Adams who took that one out. Looking at the bullseye again.
Game shot on the second
Two
leg.
games back to back, receiver 1, 2, 3, and that was a lovely dart, almost in the centre there.
It was a cracker. We'll take another look at it here.
Third leg, it's Matt to
Boom.
throw first.
Just left of being absolute middle. We have seen one plumb in the middle today.
131. $41.
One thing about the market moves today, they tend to be correct. There's been a big move on
59.
this one. Jesus was the big mover. Could be the big mover in the table at the end of this fixture and the reverse fixture tomorrow.
60. $100.
Good response from Jackson. Always easy to roll over and get the tummy tickled.
Oh, absolutely.
60.
Especially the day he's had, he could almost be well within his right to go, "Oh, well, this just about sums it up."
57.
You've got to keep grafting away, you never know.
Thinking it keeps swinging. You never know what's going to land.
85. Matt, you require 154. $98.
Should land a holder throw in this one. 200 point advantage.
$60. Matt, you require 56.
And time on his hands.
Game shot on the third leg.
Confirms the
Matt
hold.
Jackson.
Yep, an 18 dart hold. He's still a break of throw adrift, of course.
Fourth leg, it's Jesus to throw first.
Averaging
Game on.
86.44 to Noguera's 81.75, but it is Noguera in the driving seat.
134.
Sort of just felt in that last leg that with Jesus, he went down the James Wade approach.
95.
Now, what I mean by that is James Wade often speaks about if he feels like he's out of a leg, he doesn't want to hit a 180 because he feels like he's wasting one.
100.
You sort of felt
Yep.
the way a bit Jesus said, didn't you? He felt like he didn't want to waste energy, didn't want to chase good darts. Just okay,
58.
let's go in leg 4.
Yeah, and I can get that. Sometimes if you're well adrift in a leg, it's almost just preparing yourself for the next one and
41.
trying to get everything right mentally and fundamentally.
140.
Very nearly one of your favourites.
He clipped the flight a little bit there. Dart ended up carrying up. You heard it clatter in. I suppose that's the thing with this big, heavy front-loaded barrel.
140. 96. Jesus should require 86. $70.
Well, it's an opportunity here
Matt,
for
you
Matt
require
Jackson to actually level the
112.
game, and in the event of a throw back, should get a dart at the double. Picks tops.
72.
Over pitches.
Jesus should
his chance,
require
you feel?
16.
Jesus. 2 8s.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jesus Noguera.
And not flustered at all, despite Jackson's attempt at the ton plus
Fifth
out
leg, it's Matt to throw
to break
first.
back. Noguera with a 16 darter. And again, gives himself that cushion.
180.
We know what that is. That is a 108 tee
93.
from Jackson. Just picturing like Matt Jackson
100.
getting a 9 darter, watching back his really proud moment and having to have the 180 he called twice within the leg. There you go, Mum, watch this.
60.
You'll enjoy this, Mum. Look, watch.
140.
Oh, this one very much looking like it's going to go
45.
to a
Matt, you
sixth
require
leg.
81.
Treble 18. 20 for tops after 12.
41.
And again, look how far back Jesus is.
Yeah.
It's as if he just shuts off, like to say, I'm not bothered. I'll
No.
just do it on my own throw. I don't need to chase yours anymore. I've already done
99.
I've
Matt,
already
you
got that
require
break of throw
40.
in hand. And that's probably, there's a disparity
Game shot on
between
the
the
fifth
averages, because
leg.
that's a
Matt Jackson.
lovely max in the leg and a 13 dart hold from Matt Jackson. He's averaging 92.5 here.
Sixth leg, it's Jesus to
There's
throw
a
first.
big difference, and it
Game
is
on.
because of that situation we see with James Wade a lot. The legs he loses, he's way back, which of course affects the average massively.
57.
But here's a chance for Jackson.
$60.
And here he goes.
140.
Room to the right.
Just about to say, one of those games where whoever lands the first big blow
58.
is the likely winner. For that reason, we've now got to go with Jesus.
Yeah, 79 plus these in front. And he's in there again.
121. $57.
Frustration evident
100.
for Matt Jackson here. A response from Noguera, 83 after 12. And that really compounds the
120.
misery for Jackson
Jesus, you
today.
require
It's not
83.
been his day. 51 for 32. Won't be going 16 ball. There's a 17. Oh,
43.
sensibly setting up tops. Noguera, who finishes off this session with a comfortable enough looking 4-2 win. It was Jackson with the higher average, 89.55 in defeat. 82.33 for your winner, Jesus Noguera. 180 apiece, 3 140s apiece, but the doubling an advantage there for Jesus, 4 from 10, 40%. And the high finish, that lovely ball finish on the 1, 2, 3. Well, the boys are on the balcony. Let's have a word with them.
Thanks, Mace. Yes, Matt Edgar has joined me here to discuss what's happened so far today. I think the best way to do that, Matt, is to have a look at the league table and talk us through it, the movers and shakers in Group A.
Yeah, I think when you look at movers and shakers, you've got to look at Jesus now. You know, he's won that game. Tomorrow, that'll be a repeat fixture in the opening fixture there, the opening game. And he's going to be playing Matt Jackson again, and he'll have the advantage of throw. And he's got an opportunity here to really push himself up towards that top of the table before anyone else has got an opportunity to have a say about anything.
What about Andy Hamilton? Because he started off the day really well, playing at a high standard, 3 wins, and it just tailed off dramatically, didn't it?
Well, if you look at Andy Hamilton and Jesus, they've both got a +2 leg advantage, and they've both got 6 points on the board. Jesus is going to feel a lot better about this than Andy Hamilton. Andy Hamilton's going to feel like this is opportunity missed, where Jesus is going to feel like now he's in the tournament.
Yeah, and not just the fact that they had the reverse day, but Noguera was playing well when he was losing, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's been the standout performer for me today. When he was losing, still 91 and a 96 average. So he's been the star performer. And, you know, we look at what he's doing now, and he's really putting it together at the back end of this. And he's got that pedigree as well, that time on the tour. And once he finishing second on the Challenge Tour, when he table-topped that in terms of the averages, 91 seasonal average. So he's been doing this for a few years. This ain't a one-off.
A word on a couple more of the players, the boys at the bottom at the moment. Matt Jackson, the ADC ranking leader, and Robert Thornton on 2 points as well. It is only Monday, but do you think they're now looking at Group B at best?
You wouldn't put Robert Thornton there at the start of the day,
No.
would you? And we picked out at the start of the day as well that he's had his best season in terms of wins this year on any season he's played professional darts. So we certainly expect him to come in and do more. With that in mind, we expect to see that Tuesday and Wednesday, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him put himself right up, maybe not win the group, but certainly be challenging by the end of it.
And it wouldn't be fair without a word to the man at the top of the league, Thibault Tricole, the Frenchman, who spoke to me here just before that last match. A bit of almost an impassioned plea to get French darts on the map a bit more. He said he wants that place at the World Championship. They talked about the World Cup of Darts. Do you think that at some point the people making those decisions will have to pay attention?
I think they've got to now. They both won Challenge Tour events. I think that was the statement. At that point, we then say, now we need to see France in the World Cup. I'm 100% behind that. I think it should happen. I've seen Thibault Tricole do a lot of things for French darts. I went to the Dutch Open this year, and he's followed round by a camera crew over there, trying to get darts on TV in France. So he's doing his bit. Both him and Jacob are doing their bit on the board. So, yeah, I'd like to see that supported further.
Well, let's see if it can carry on tomorrow. We're back live on Sporty Stuff TV and the Modus Super Series channel from 9:30 a.m. We're plenty of action this week. Saturday night as well. You could be here. Tickets available for free from dartshop.tv for finals night. But that's Saturday here in Group A. Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. One place up for grabs for that finals night. And after the first day of action, Thibault Tricole topped the table. Ta-ta.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.